Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well today. It has been nice to finally have a few days where I have not had to do anything too horrible, although Tristan looks like something horrible is happening already, so we'll see exactly what horrible thing is happening. But I hope everyone is doing well. We have a bit of a monster up here to start that you can tell is a math pesto puzzle because every killer cage in the grid has a less than or a greater than rather than a total. I might be slouching, so I realize I'm sitting too low in the camera.
Oh no, I can fix it.
But I hope everyone is doing well. Yes, this is definitely a big boy grid, as some would say. I know there was a lot of discussion about how a recent math pesto puzzle was the best math pesto puzzle ever. I'm not sure if this was that puzzle. I enjoy the fact that this is a two-cell cage that says less than 18. I have not read the rules yet, but spoiler, it's not possible to make two normal Sudoku digits add to less than 18, but this is a two-cell cage that says 18, so we're going to have to do something real creative. This one just says greater than 17. Who knows what's happening in this puzzle? We'll find out together. This puzzle, I should say, was voted on by supporters of the stream. Thank you very much, by the way, to everyone who supports the stream. It really does mean the world to us and lets us do all manner of crazy things that we otherwise could not do with our lives. So a heartfelt thank you to all of the supporters of the stream. We let the people who support at the windmill level or above. Tristan is looking at me like I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what it is that I'm doing wrong, but he won't tell me, so I'll just keep talking. So we let the supporters of the stream who support at the windmill level or above vote on what puzzle they'd most like to see, and then we start each stream with that puzzle. So today, this puzzle was voted for by Woofer, Chef of Death, Doomdiat, Luda, Josh, Russ, Math Pesto, David, and DDX. So thank you so much to all of your support, and welcome to Kyle AFK. I hope you are doing well. All right, so with that, I don't think I have any announcements. Oh, I should say, by the way, if you were at all interested in my puzzle Miami, Ranks did it on his stream yesterday. So if you want to go check out the VOD, that is there. I kind of want to do a reaction, but also I was there, so it's a little weird for me to react to a puzzle where I was there. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, I'm really proud of Miami as a puzzle, and I quite enjoyed watching Ranks solve it. So hopefully you enjoy that either way. All right, so let's have a look.
Row 5, column 2, bet cell.
Row 5, column 2, bet cell. There we go. Happy Pride Month, everyone, by the way. We should get a, full pride flag tree for Pride Month. As though we don't ask Chameleon for enough things. All right, so we have a deconstructed Sudoku. I'm just reading the rules. This is me reading the rules for the first time, so I have absolutely no idea what's going on. There are 9 non-overlapping 3x3 boxes that give the locations of which must be deduced by the solver. Among these, Sudoku cells digits cannot repeat within the grid's rows nor columns. Also, there is a Philomino. Divide the remaining cells in the grid into polyominoes so that no two polyominoes of the same size share an edge. Each Philomino cell contains a number equal to the size of its polyomino. And then there are cages and dots. Numbers in a cage may not repeat, and sum to the total if given. Cells joined by a blue dot must sum to a multiple of 5. Not all dots are necessarily given, and cells joined by a dot can contain the same number. Okay. So every cell will have a number. So we could, for example, get to greater than 17 by putting a 225 in the cell, as is predicted by Jay Dyer, for example. So very interesting. So So let us try and figure out how this is going to work. Garion says this grid looks like we're only doing one puzzle today. It's possible. I don't know. So less than 71. Fantastic. Let's see. Okay, so we have lots of cages around that we know can't be entirely in a Sudoku cell. So like this can't be entirely in a Sudoku cell. I'm trying to look for like one near a corner or something. And cannot quite figure out like exactly what we're doing. So for example, like all of these 18 cages, they cannot be entirely in a Sudoku box, but one cell of them could be in a Sudoku box as best I could tell. This 24 cage, I guess, could be entirely in a Sudoku box. So we will see. Yeah, so Sudoku boxes are going to be gray. That will be my usual convention for Math Pesto puzzles. Why can't the 2-cell 18 cage just be 2 9s, J Dyer? Is there a rule I'm missing about killer cages? Oh, there's no repeats even if. Okay, so there's no repeats even if there's Philomino. Okay, so that's interesting. There's there's always a border between these two cells in the 18 cage. Now, that border might be a border between Sudoku land and non-Sudoku land, or it might be a border between two ominoes, but there's always a border there, and there's always a border there, and there's always a border not there. There's always a border there in order to make that work. See, Josh is telling me this is not a Sudoku cell. Because if it was, it would force both of these to be Sudoku cells. And if both of these were Sudoku cells, then I could not make my greater than 17 cage work. That is an excellent deduction from Josh. So this is a non-Sudoku cell. I'm just going to make those green for now. So that automatically makes these non-Sudoku as well. And that makes this non-Sudoku. Oh, and there's a greater than 17 cage at the bottom here as well. That the same exact argument from Josh works. That can't be part of a Sudoku grid, and so none of those can be part of a Sudoku grid. I don't think there's always a border in all too wide cages, Lakia, because they could be, in for example, this less than 13, these could both be in the Sudoku grid, I believe. In which case there would not be a border. The way I'm thinking about borders, at least. So that is a little bit of something. Now, there's no restriction that Philominoes can't have size greater than 9. So, in fact, we definitely have to have something of size greater than 9 in here, right? One of the two cells in an 18 cage has to be an omino of size greater than 9. So that's interesting. I have 1/2 a mug left. Let's see. Oh, there's another greater than 17 cage. This is a greater than 17 cage. So this also can't be, because this is a greater than 17 cage, Josh is pointing out, this also can't be part of a Sudoku box, because it would force that to be part of a Sudoku box. And as soon as this is not part of a Sudoku box, it rules out any of that from being part of a Sudoku box. So we've got some more not a Sudoku box. Let's see, can I do a similar thing with the 16 cage? No, because it could be a 7-9 real Sudoku box sort of thing. I'm looking at the J. Dyer point that this has a geometric issue if it's entirely polyomino. Yes, it definitely does. Right. So that's a good point. Is the fact that I can't repeat numbers. If this was entirely polyomino, then this would have to be a monomino, but this would also have to be a monomino. And if both of these things are monominos, then that repeats 1, which breaks both the Philomino and the other thing. So there has to be some Sudoku stuff in here. And if there's some Sudoku stuff in here, I think that's going to dictate that this cell has to be part of a Sudoku grid, right? If this cell's not part of a Sudoku grid, oh, maybe not. Maybe my Sudoku grid could look like that. I need the other one too, Tristan. And speaking of, Zach should come over here, although I'm not optimistic that he will be needed in the near future. But he should get off of his podcasting table.
We need something to write with because Danita needs to be on here.
Well, you will have to find that. I cannot find it. Let's see. So we've got all of that. Oh! We actually are ready for Zach. As J40 points out, per J. Dyer's point, because if you look down here at this cell now is Philomino, but it's Philomino that doesn't get to repeat in any direction. And so that means we actually can put in borders in both of these directions, and that makes this a 1. I have to turn on my keypad. I always do that the first time. I always very dramatically say, and that makes this a blank, and then press the button, and then nothing happens because I haven't turned the keypad on. There we go. Now we get to bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Ba-boop ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doo. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So now, the fact that these digits, so this is a none-1 size omino, and so this must, therefore, connect to this, because this can't repeat in its own cage, and it's not a size 1 for multiple reasons. But this is not part of that omino either, because that would repeat this digit inside the cage. So this is part of a none-1 size omino, and that lets us extend the reign of green over to here. So we've got some more ominomonology. I know that this can't extend up because of reasons. Now, whatever this is, it's not a 1 either. And this can't be part of a Sudoku grid, because if this was part of a Sudoku grid, my Sudoku grid would look like this, and would include an 18 cage. So this is also part of an omino. That omino also can't go up, so that omino runs over here, which makes this green for sure. I get a border between these. So this is oh, no, not, sorry. I was thinking that this couldn't be a thing, but it could be a thing. Do I know for sure that one of these is gray? If I did, that would be great. Oh, this is a greater than 17 cage, fun fact. That I did not notice. This is a greater than 17 cage, so that's huge. Thank you to everyone in chat pointing that out. And so because this is a greater than 17 cage, we again knew there had to be a border between them. Wait, did we know there had to be a border between them? I don't think I believe that. Why does there have to be a border in the greater than 17 cage? Why can't it just be that these two are the same?
Digits
Oh, because you can't repeat digits in a cage. Right. So, right, because you can't repeat. So it's not, it doesn't have anything to do with the greater than 17. It's just because it's a cage. Right. So this omino definitely can't extend is the point. And so, right. So we get that this is a 2. And now that means this omino extends over here. So we get to extend that. This omino, I guess this omino can maybe extend up to there. I do not know. This omino is huge because, so this number is definitely green because it's at least 15. It's at least 16, in fact. So yeah, so this number's big. Owing to the fact that this number is huge, hey Panthera, owing to the fact that this number is huge, it certainly is green. It is too big to be not that. Now, whatever this is, it definitely doesn't go into the 8 cage. I'm trying to decide if it can go up here. And I'm not quite sure yet. I'm being told row 15, column 12 is not Sudoku. So if this was Sudoku, we'd have a Sudoku box that would look exactly like this. And that doesn't work because this thing needs to go somewhere. And so, okay, that's pretty complicated, but it's cool. This omino down here needs to go somewhere, and it wouldn't be able to go into the Sudoku box. So it would have to go up and then up, and then it would repeat in the 25 cage, which would break for a myriad reasons. So this is also not part of a Sudoku box, funnily enough. Let's see. So we've got that. Interestingly. About like this. Could this be part of a Sudoku box? It does give a border inside the 8 cage because of the fact. In fact, I'm going to put a border around the whole border because it will make. I usually say because it'll make Ambrose happy, but then Ambrose tells me that Ambrose is not the one who originally started having me do that. But we'll say it's for Ambrose anyway. But yes, anytime there's a Philomino inside a cage, we get a border. Let's see. We're gonna have to like make numbers add to 25, and that's gonna be really complicated. Numbers are, if this is Sudoku, we sort of start getting some sanity to the world. Do I know there's a Sudoku cell in this? If there's no Sudoku cell in this, does that break? It feels to me like it's probably going to break, but I can't quite immediately see that it doesn't sort of like octopus out in every which direction. The region next to the 1 can't go up because it breaks the 25. Okay, so if this goes up, then now the 25 cage here has a thing that's at least 16 in it and 4 other numbers, which would sum to at least 10. Right. Yes, you cannot put 16 into a 5-cell 25 cage, as Selena says, which is a deranged statement to make, but is a beautiful statement. Yes. So yes, if this goes up here, this number would need to be at least 16, so that number is at least 16, and so these would sum to at least 10, that would be at least 26, it would not sum to 25. That is hilarious. So therefore, this number angles its way over to here at least. where it could certainly be a 3 without being a 5. Jay says row 1, column 5 is definitely Sudoku. If this is not Sudoku, let's just go to the bifurcation palette. If this is not Sudoku, then that forces these to be not Sudoku. And that forces... so now, why is that bad? So there's definitely a border here in this universe. Right, sorry. If I put the wrong color here, which is what caused this to break. When I said not Sudoku, I should have put a green there. And so if this is not Sudoku, then we get a green here, which then forces greens in those two. And now I don't have monominoes yet, but... Oh, no, I do have yes. These, right. That can't grow down. Right, okay, so the point is this can't grow down, and this can't grow in either direction, so both of these are monominoes. So that does not work. Right, okay, so it's these two that become the monominoes. In my brain, I was trying to figure out something with that, and then trying to make an argument that I had 3 things of size at most 2, but it's not nearly as complicated as that. Yes, one of the best parts about my life as at Helm is that a wild tryst seems to appear around me quite often. So therefore, Jay Dyer's point is that this is a Sudoku cell. This is not a hidden immunity idol or whatever. Okay, so therefore these are Sudoku cells. Like that. So we've got some Sudokuology going on, just a little bit. Let's see. Upper border in the greater than 17 cage for the same 16 reason. Yes. If this thing went up here, it would then run into this 25 cages, Isabella's point, and then we would have the same point earlier that you can't have a 16 in a 5-cell 25 cage, which is, again, hilarious. So now this omino, whatever it is, it does run over here, which makes that green. I know it's not this omino, which then makes these 3s, which makes that 5 by maths, of all things. Now, I don't know if it's a Sudokological 5 or an ecological 5 or whatever, but we'll figure it out. So 1, 2, 3 is 6. So therefore, these two need to sum to 19. Whatever that is going to mean for the world. Okay, there's a 41 cage that I have not even found yet. People are talking about it, and I can't find it. There we go. There's the greater than 41 cage. Oh, I probably should have just looked at the fact that the conclusion about the greater than 41 cage involved row 3, column 15. That would have helped me locate the greater than 41 cage a lot faster. So yes, here is the greater than 41 cage. And Jay Dyer's point is we know that row 3, column 15 is Sudoku due to the border in the 18 cage below it. What? How does the 18 cage below it have anything to do with anything? Oh, probably this 18 cage. Sorry, probably this 18 cage. Right. So here's what happens. If this is not Sudoku, then because of this border, not that border, because of this border, I can't make that Sudoku either. And I can't make that Sudoku either. And so now I'm forced to have borders in here because I again get this exact pattern where I get two monominoes here, sort of in the gut of this omino. So that does not work. So that means row 3, column 15 definitely is a Sudoku cell. Good spot to J Dyer there. So those are definitely Sudoku as well. Okay. Row 6, column 15. Yeah, row 6, column 15 definitely is not a Sudoku cell because it would need to be 3 by 3, and that's not going to work for oh so many reasons. Let's see. Row 13, column 2, and row 13. Yeah. So there's definitely a border here, I think is AFK's point. Because this is a green cell, and there's definitely a border here, because this is a green cell. Regardless. It's interesting, we've got 6 Sudoku digits in this row already. Let's see, Kurobon. The 16 plus cell has to do a lot of growing and is hemmed in by a lot of cages. Ah, right. So so this, remember, this thing is a minimum of 16. This thing is big. And so it could take this cell, but then it can't grow anymore. So therefore it always takes this cell. But now we rewind. Oh, that's not it. Sorry, that's not the one that's big. This is the one that's big. This one is big. So the point here is, by virtue of this being big, it could maybe go up there. But even if it does go up there, it still has to come here. But now, again, it could take one cell up here, but even if it does that, it's got to go there. So our greater than 16 at least comes down here, which actually then drags along Philomino stuff. And so now this is a Philomino 5, and so we go 5, 5, 5 at the very least. This is a Philomino 5. We are going to do that at least. Now, the 5 actually pushes this thing further. So it's going to push it to here at least, which is going to create a border with the 5, which is actually going to force the entirety of the 5, because remember, the 5's not allowed to repeat within the thingy thing. So this is my 5 omino. This is a 3 of some description. Doesn't have to take row 14, column 9. Oh, right. Sorry, you're right. Sorry. Because it could bend around. It can bend around that way. So never mind. I think it does always take this cell, though. I think if it doesn't take this cell, I think then we're... Oh, no, maybe it could just... No, it can't do that. I think it does always take this cell, but that's probably too fiddly to try and argue. I don't know. It might be worth arguing. Because I think it's an annoying proof by cases, but I think it's doable. If this is not part of the greater than 16 omino, then my greater than 16 omino has to grow at most one cell. So I'm just imagining this cell's not part of the greater than 16 omino. Then what cells could the greater than 16 omino possibly take? It could take one cell there, but it can't take this cell anymore because then the 5 is broken. Because it would also have to take this cell, and now the 5 just can't finish because it can only get to 4 cells. So, yeah, I don't like it, but this is definitely part of the omino, and so this is definitely Philomino. So we have all of that set up. Can I do something similar with the 5, where this always has to be part of the 5? if this is not part of the 5, then these would both be 5. Maybe that's okay. Yeah, maybe I know 2 of these 3 cells are 5s and I have no idea. Is there really no combination that doesn't work? Maybe there really is no combination that does not work. Okay. Is 16 plus 45 71? Is that the joke? Who knows? I don't think that's something that humans can solve. So let's see. Oh, it's only 61. Oh, but there's 10 cells in here. Sorry, there's 11 cells in here. It's 11 cells. Okay, so the minimum sum of 10 cells is 55, a triangular number that does not often come up in Sudoku puzzles, but it is 55. And so 71 minus 55 is indeed 16. And so if this omino goes into this cage, we've already broken, because that's a minimum of 71. So in fact, actually, if we do the math, and this is insane math, this omino can't actually go into the thing at all. And so we therefore now actually do know it does this, and the 5 does do the thing that I claimed it did before. We can green both of those and do that. That's crazy. That's amazing. Beautiful from Math Pesto. So this has to come, come here. Now, if this is not Sudoku, we get 3 monominos here. That's not good. So this is definitely Sudoku. And if that's definitely Sudoku, that's definitely Sudoku. Now, if this is not a Sudoku cell, then these are still both monominos, so that doesn't work. So this is definitely a Sudoku cell. And if that's a Sudoku cell, then the entire box is forced to look like that. So these cells sum to something like 45. Oh, this also can't go in a less than 7 cage. Probably. It probably won't be less than 7 if this thing enters it. So this thing's going to go up. Region dense. We have a box. Box. Box dance. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. So we've got our box. That box does not share any rows or columns with anything previously. I do still know this doesn't go this way. I do still know it doesn't go that way. So this now actually enters the less than 18 region. So that is big. It certainly can't take the other half of the less than 16 region for lots of reasons. And this digit is at most 1. Because this digit is at least 16, and so therefore this digit is at most 1, so it is 1. And therefore this is exactly 16. So we can go ahead and sort of write 16s in here. 1 in the corner, 6 in the center. So we've got those. Okay. So these sum to 45. So these sum to at most. What is 70? What is 70 minus 45? I wish Math Pesto would at the very least make these less than or equal to's rather than less thans. Although in a perfect world there would be no less thans in killer cage totals. 70 minus 45 is 25. So these two sum to at most 25, but they're both at least 10. Right? These things are both at least 10 because 1 through 9 are already in the cage. So these are definitely Philomino-ominoes. And they're Philomino-ominoes that are at least of size 10 because 1 through 9 are already in the cage. By the way, I can put a border around my box. This comes here. We've got this here. This is more than 10. So since it's more than 10, it definitely comes out here. This is also more than 10, but I'm not sure that's going to do anything for me immediately. So I think this could bend all sorts of ways. Actually, I think this cell... Yeah, I think I can technically argue that this cell has to go in this region, because this is at least 10. And if I don't make this part of the at least 10 region, then what can the at least 10 region take? It could take those 6, one of these, and that's still not 10. So this is green, and it's part of my at least 10 region. My 16 region's not done yet, and it's now restricted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's still got lots of growing to do. So this is going to be green. It's going to grow up. This is going to come over here. If the 16 takes a cell in here, that's probably okay, but it would have to go with a 1-2 pair. No sort of weird stuff. There is more greening available. That's true. I definitely can't fit a Sudoku box in any of these cells anymore. There's a 3-cell 7 cage somewhere that Emily has found. Yes. That's amazing. Yes. That's a great spot from Emily. This is a 3-cell 7 cage, and I can't repeat digits. So actually, like, there's nothing fancy about this at all. It just has to be 1, 2, 4 like normal. That's great. And so now my 3 can't be a Philomino 3. It must be a Sudokological 3. And if it's a Sudokological 3, we get another region. And we can fill in the other region. That is a great spot. This puzzle's adorable, by the way. So these digits are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Except this one, if you look at it, does not have a whole lot of options because it's part of a less than 7 cage. And so it can only be a 5 with a 1 there. And so I've got 2 1s next to each other. It had better be the case that one of them is a Sudokological 1, but this one can't be the Sudokological 1 because then this would be a Sudokological 1 as well. So this is the Sudokological 1. This is the Philomenological 1. And that lets me draw in another box. And so these can't be 5, by the way. That 1 sees down to this 1 and says that can't be 1 in the strange world we live in. These are green. I don't think I can... Oh, sorry. No, I can. I was going to say I don't think I can green to the left because I don't think I was told the boxes don't touch, but I can because I can't fit... I can't fit a box here. Is the point. So now column 5 has all of its Sudoku going on. Several people in chat are pointing out. So therefore, all of this is phenomenology. So I can draw in a border there. Oh, and I can, of course, border around my my Sudoku box here. My 16 probably doesn't go into the Sudoku box. So my 16 has to grow here. How big is my 16 now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, my 16, for lots of reasons, can't take that. So it's got to keep growing, and it's going to grow here. Like that. So now remember, this is at least 10, so it also keeps growing. And grows over to there. This, again, still can't take both parts of a cage, so it keeps growing over to there, which is going to create a thing there and a thing there. Hey, DDX! I hope you're doing well. And now we count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're currently at 13. This needs to grow, though, because it, again, is at least 10. This needs 3 more cells, but I think we might have finally done our darndest. Now, these do have to be a 1-2 pair, though, because that's a 16 and a less than 20 cage. So that's a 2, and that's a 1. Because of the fact that if I have a 16 and a 3-cell 20 cage, my killer calculator tells me that's got to be a 1 and a 2. That 2 actually looks down and places a 4 over down here. These are a 1-2 pair. So we've got that. I think I got the point that the 2 looked down. Yeah, we're at now at a quiet point in the move, DDX, where we just get to sort of chill at the Airbnb for a bit before everything else happens and things get chaotic again. So yeah, these sum to a multiple of 5. Chad is pointing out. So this can't be a 6 or a 7. This has got to be an 8 or a 9. So this has got to be a 6 or a 7 in order to make that that work out for whatever that is worth. This has got to be a 3 or an 8 in order to make that work. Let's see. This one I don't... Oh, this has got to be a 4 or a 9. And then this has to be a 1 or a 6. Oh no, it's not a... It's funny, that's a 16 and this is a 1 or a 6. Just in order to make that work. Yeah, this is at least a 10 for whatever that is worth. I think this omino is also at least 10. Is it going to have to take this cell? Is there any way this omino is not taking that cell is my question. Oh. This cage already has a 3 in it. So this is not a 3. So this omino grows as well, actually. So these are all part of the same omino. That might help. Do I know that this omino is not the same as this omino? I don't think I know that. I know this is at least 10, but I think I could have a 10 in my cage, and that would be okay. Let's see. Trevor says row 11, column 11 is probably a 5. Do we know that? Because I don't know that this is 10. I just know that it's at least 10. Do I know that this doesn't connect down here to avoid breaking that cage? I don't know. I do want it to be a 5. I also was thinking that I wanted it to be a 5, but I did not think that do that. Smart spot that just Sudoku logically, I need a 1 and a 2 in this column, and they can only, because of the way the box is lined up, be up here. So I can sort of corner mark a 1 and a 2 in these cells. I don't know that it does anything yet, but it I guess it's going to sort of make it difficult for me to have a 1... Well, I certainly can't have both a 1 and a 2 Philomino. Is it going to make it impossible for this to be a Philomino? Is that what this is actually going to do? Let's try it. If this is a Philomino cell, then the thing that forces is for these all to be Philomino cells. Actually, sorry, not quite all of those. It forces these to be Philomino cells, though. And now this just is a 1. And so both of these would have to be bigger than 2, but I guess it's possible for them to both be bigger than 2. Maybe it doesn't break immediately. It doesn't break as quickly as I had hoped. Row 12, column 14 and 15. Row 12, column 14 and 15 are different ominoes, and they can't be very big. Is that because 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6, which means that these two cells sum to 19, but these two cells sum to 18, and therefore these can't be the same number because those two are the same number? That makes sense. So yeah, so that goes there. It's not a 1. I don't think I know that this one isn't a 1. And I don't think I know that this isn't a 4. But this is at least a 4. Wait, no, this is at least a 3, right? No, maybe not. I got confused. I think I saw something and then I convinced myself it wasn't right. Okay, so the point is, yes. Okay, so the point is to go through here. If this is a 1, this is now a 17. And if this is a 17, then that 17 goes in this cage, except that would make this other digit here at most an 8, and it can't be because there's already an 8 in the Sudoku box. So this can't be a 1, so it does grow up. And so that does sort of put some borders here. This one I know also grows up. So we have that. I suspect from chat's reaction that I did that in a more complicated way than was strictly necessary, but that sounds like me. What do I know about the size of this? Oh, right. I know this is more than 3, because there's a 1, a 2, and a 3 in the cage. So that certainly doesn't go there, and therefore it does go here, and now there's nowhere else it can grow, so it is done, because it can't repeat in this cage. So this now is actually forced to be a 4, which is pretty cool, because that's going to help math-wise, I suspect. So now this is a 15. So I can go ahead and I can sort of fill in that this is a 15. And if this is a 15, that makes this a 3, which makes that a 3. And this 15 now does grow here. So now this 15 does include this cell, which finishes the 3. And now my 15 actually is forced to keep growing to here. And 15 and 16 are different numbers, so there's a border there. This is now a 10. I agree with people's assessment that 15 plus 10 is 25. And so now this goes up and this goes up, which greens both of these cells. And puts in a whole bunch more borders, because this is a 10, that's a 16, that's a 15. By the way, I said it was because 15 and 16 are different numbers, but it's actually because 15 and 10 are different numbers. This is now a 3 of some description. Oh, it's actually a 3 Philomino because I can't fit a Sudoku box. So this is a 3 Philomino. That's not a 3 Philomino. That's not a 3 Philomino. So my 3 Philomino grows up. This is now trapped, so it's a 1 Philomino. So these are both now Philominoes, but they're not 1 Philominoes, and they're not 3 Philominoes, so they both grow up like that, which gets me another border, gets me some more greenitude, like that. I'm still not done my 15. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is part of my 15. So therefore my 3 grows here and finishes. Let's see, my 15 is continuing, my 10 therefore has to continue, my 16 has to continue, and I need to recount all of them, as per usual. So let's see, my 10 is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I go there, which I must. My 15 is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it can grow up 10, 11. For sure. My 16 is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15 when it grows up to here. Because it cannot repeat in the cage. That's the thing I'm using here. It can't go back into this cage, or this cage would have 2 16s in it, which is, of course, a problem, question mark. Not the usual sort of problem, but it's technically a problem. Now the 10 is again trapped, so now the 10 needs to grow at least 1. And now the 10 is 1 cell away from done. The 15 has run into a problem that it's in a cage, so the 15 now has to go this way in order to continue. This is certainly green, if nothing else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, it can't go back into this cage. The 15 has to keep growing, so the 15 is going to grow into there. Now we have to do some thinking about our lives. So this is a 15, so this is a 3. And this is a 15. So I have to think about whether these are 3s or 2s. Oh, these can't be 3s because this cage already has a 3. So therefore these are 2s. And we can get rid of that now. So therefore this 3 goes up and over. Because if it didn't go up and over, we would repeat 3 within that cage up there. These are Philomino. Okay, now my 15's not done. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So my 15 must continue downward. That has finished my 15. Hey, Kajito, I hope you're doing well. This is a hell of a puzzle that we are in the midst of doing. Yeah, this is a fantastic puzzle. There we go. Okay, so we've got all of that. Did that just make this cage total work out and I don't have to think about it? Oh, does this cage not even have a total? This cage just doesn't even have a total, so I don't have to worry about the total working out. I can get rid of that line. Now. The 16 omino can't go in the 12 cage. That is a complicated mathematical fact that I had not previously identified. So the 16 omino is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it must finish here. And we're going to have the 1 next to a 1 deduction again, I can see. So these are all 6s with a cornery 1. And we can get rid of this big string here. This is now forced to be a Philomino 1. And Philomino 1s can't go next to Philomino 1, so this has got to be a Sudokological 1. And we've got another region sort of dropped into the grid. Now, I know one of these 2 cells is a 2, and it's not that one. I know one of these is a 2 because I've got a 1 and a 2 looking at all of these cells, but that can't be a 2 because 16 plus 2 is 18, so that's a 2. This is either a 4 or a 9, or a 9. I'll try and write the right region there. These can't be anything now, so that's a border. Hey, MicroStudy, how are you doing? I hope it is well. Okay, this box now has to go up because it doesn't have enough room to finish down. So it can go up. I don't think it can go all the way down, though, because the most that 5 cells can sum to is, in a Sudoku, is 35, and 35 plus 3 isn't greater than 41. So actually this box has to finish up like that. Oops. And now that that has happened, now I don't have room for Sudoku stuff over here. Good spot from Doomdiat. I've got 9 Sudoku box cells in these columns now, and that's going to force this Sudoku box to Sudoku its way over to here. Okay. So there's a border to the right of here, J. Dyer wisely points out. Oh, that's not the place J. Dyer was pointing out. There is a border to the right of there, but J. Dyer would like one in row 8, column 8. Oh, okay. J. Dyer just wants the sanity border. I will happily provide J. Dyer the sanity border. More greening at the top left. Here. Right, there's borders here. Or there's a border there, which makes this a 1-omino. That's true. Wait, doesn't this break? Oh, no, because this omino's here. Got it, sorry. There's an extra cell. So now this cell's not a 1-omino, and it's going to have a lot of work to do, because the absolute maximum that these can sum to is 24, so the maximum there is 28, so I have to make this at least 12. 12 is the absolute minimum size of this, so even if it does take that cell, it always takes that cell. Never takes that cell because of lots of reasons. It can never take this cell, because if it takes this cell, it makes this a 1, but 1 plus... Oh, no, this could be bigger than 12. Sorry, this could be bigger than 12. Sorry. It's not 42, it's 41. Oh, sorry, I did it the wrong way, right? It's greater than 14, even. Okay, greater than 14. Okay, so if this is greater than 14, this has got to be a 1. A 1 of unknown identity, but it is a 1, regardless. There's lots of crisscrossing in this 12 cage that I sort of uncovered earlier. So it is 14. That's true. So it is 14. That's a good point. Oops. 1, 4, like that. Oh, can we sort of count how many regions we have? Kyle is suggesting we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we probably can't fit 3 regions in here. We definitely cannot. We can only fit at most 2 because of the fact that column 3 is going to be in all of them. So we need a region up here somewhere, is Kyle's point. And because there's a region up here somewhere, I can green that point. I definitely can gray this cell, because if this cell wasn't in there, I would not be able to fit 9 regions here. So yes, so now I can actually do math over here. So these sum to 18, and so therefore I need these to sum to a minimum of 42 minus 18, which I'm just going to assume is 24 to make this 7, 8, 9. Which is going to, I guess there's a few options for that. I probably don't want to write that in yet. Let's see. 30 isn't greater than 30. That's a problem. I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back in just a moment. right, we're back with this mad and wonderful puzzle. So let's see. Someone's talking. Let's see. Dog is talking about the 14-omino taking the corner of. Right. So the 14-omino can't take this cell for the reason I was saying before that I completely forgot. But if the 14-omino took this cell, it would force this to be a 1. And 14 plus 15 plus 1 is 30, which is not greater than 30, is Dog's point. So therefore, the 14-omino does not take that cell. Now, this cell is always bigger than 1, because if this cell is not bigger than 1, then it is 1, and then this cell has to be larger than 14, but that's not going to work for 80 million other reasons. So these two are always part of the same club. And so the 14-omino does indeed have to go up regardless of whether it takes this cell or not. I agree with Jay Dyer's point there. So that's always going to push the Sudoku region over in this direction. Let's see. This is a 10, and it's currently at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Got it. So it can't go up, because then it would become an 11-omino, and we don't want our 10-ominos to be 11-ominos. So that finishes our 10-omino. We can D-line our 10-omino and 10 our 10-omino. So let us 10 our 10-omino. There we go. So if that's a 10-omino, that's a 2 of some description. If that's a 2, then now this has become a 2-omino. Right, so this is now a 2-omino, and if that's a 2-omino, then unsurprisingly, the 14 takes that cell, and 31 is indeed bigger than 30. But also this 2 next to 2 trick that keeps coming up pays its dividends again by sort of dropping in a box up here. Which then is going to green the entire rest of the upper portion of the world. So all the green. So this has become part of the 14 region, was the point over here. Oh, I'm missing a border. Very upsetting. Sorry for anyone who had to see that. So we've got that. The 14's only going to be able to take 1 cell in the 18 cage. How is this 14 ever getting 14 cells? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, because it's going to have to go across through here. So this is going to have to be part of the 14. If it's not, the 14 can't get over to here, and it's never getting enough cells. So in fact, all of these are part of the 14. This spoiler is not part of the 14. And there's a separation between these. And these must be 1, 3. Because I need to add to 4, and I can't add to 4 as 2, 2, as that would repeat the 2's. And if that's a 1 or a 3, it's not 14. Fun fact. And so the 14, which has to connect down, has to actually connect down around there. Now there's just not enough room for this to be a 3. So this is a 1, and that's the 3, and that's the 3, and that's the 3. And we can do that. This 1 is done. This 1 is done. The 14 does take this cell. And now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13. I'm going to guess I can't put a 14 in a 6-cell less than 23 cage. Which I can't, because it would be a minimum of 14 plus 15 is 29. That's definitely not going to work. And so let's just double count again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That is the last cell in the 14 cage. And the 14 cage is done. As D-Web says, 14 plus 15 is bigger than 23. Sad, but true. So let us wrap all of these. You know, microstudy, a lot of times I don't do the math. I just say what my setter intuition tells me the math is probably going to be, and then let chat correct me if the thing that my setter intuition tells me the math is going to be is wrong. Oh, this is also a 14. I am being informed. There we go. Okay. So what else is going on? This has become a monomino. That's a good point. So therefore, this is a 4 or a 9 for sure. Agree. This can't be very large because it's in a less than 6 cage. This is at most 7. In fact, every digit in here is at most 7, I suppose. Because 5 digits sum to a minimum of 15. So I can actually write in for all of these the candidates, as J. Dyer points out. Now I know that the 1 and 2 aren't over here. And that means I know that the 8 and the 9 in this box are in these cells, and they're not both in here. So this cell's always an 8 or a 9. For whatever minuscule amount of goodness that's going to give me. Now, there's an N8 or 9 in here. And so because there's N8 or 9 in here, there's not a 7 here. So in fact, actually, we can corner mark there does have to be a 7 in one of these cells. So therefore, this cell's never a 7. Funnily enough, because we've already definitely got a 7 in there by Sudoku. So this is at most 6. Sadly, 6 plus 8 is less than 15. It's a problem, but what are you going to do about it? Not much, I suspect. So J. Dyer wants me to pencil mark that this digit's at most 5. And likewise, this digit's at most 5, although I don't think it does anything. Well, your claim, I understood, Jay, that you were saying that because of this cell not being able to be 6, it was going to mean that if I made this a 6, I was going to have to place a 6 over here. But in my brain, 6 plus 8 is 14, which is less than 15. So it seemed I was pencil marking it to try and see if there was a more nuanced point that I missed. Which probably is true. Oh. Okay, so Jay's point was completely different than the point I thought it was. Jay's point is if this is a 6-omino, then it goes through and takes these cells and enters a less than 6 cage. Oh, also, I can't have 5s in a less than 6-omino. But yeah, this can't be 6 for sure, and it can't be 5 either for exactly the same reason. So, in fact, I think that's going to make these two the same digit for whatever it is worth. Okay, sorry, I completely misunderstood the nature of the point. I thought we were doing sort of weird pass between Sudoku and thing. Okay. Now the fact that row 5, column 7 is at least 4 probably helps. Okay, so we're looking at what this digit can be. So this digit is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. And so this digit must be at least 4 in all cases. And whatever it is that's at least 4, it's not taking both of these and it's not getting out. So it's always taking at least these 3 cells. And it might take one of those 2 or that. So yeah, so we get all of those. And so it's at least 4, but it's at most 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, that's... Sorry. It's at most... Right, I can't use this number that's at most 4 to get this up above 4, right? So this number is actually at most 4. And so it is 4, right? There's no way that this number is bigger than 4 because of that. And on the other hand, it was at least 4, so that's a 4 and that's a 9. I believe is how all of that works out. In a sort of very weird combination for me. This is a 1 or a 6, and it's not a 1, so it is a 6. This is now at most 5 in order to make that work. That 9 has made this a 4. Just so we could do that. Why couldn't the 4 go through row 4, column 6 instead? It could go through row 4, column 6, can't it? It just can't keep growing because it can't repeat in the 12 cage. Oh, it can bend like that. I see. It can bend like that. Do I need to delete, or do I need to rewind a bunch, or can I just delete this 4? I'm just going to delete the 4 and let chat tell me if I need to rewind, because I'm going to have to rewind a lot of stuff that I suspect I'm going to just fill in all of anyway, unless I used the fact that this specifically was 4 in a way that I do not remember. Let's see. Okay, I want to fill in this triple. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 6, 7, 8 triple. So therefore, in this box, this is there's definitely a 3 over here, which looks down and makes that an 8, which makes that not an 8, makes that not an 8. Let's see. We've got to concentrate in a little bit on the Sudoku for a second. Think about this. Maybe this is all the thinking about Sudoku that I'm willing to do. Okay, good spot from Nicholas. If this is a 4, then the 4 is always going to end up touching this 4 omino in an inappropriate way. So this is not a 4. That sounded seedier than I intended it to. Apologies. Let's see. It's also a 5 corner marked with that 2. Which 2? Okay, so this is not a monomino anymore. Let's do that. If this is a monomino, this would be an 11 omino that I would have to fit in 1 cell. That's not going to work. So, so this grows, which makes that green. In fact, the absolute maximum size that this could possibly be is 4. So this is certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, which means that this is a minimum of size 8. It's not allowed to go there. And so it's growing down here, which makes this green as well. The 12 cage has 4 cells. The 12 cage has 4 cells. Never mind. So everything I said was wrong. If it was a 2-cell 12 cage, that would have been a beautiful deduction. Let me just say it that way. Let's see. Well. Right. There must be a 4 in one of these cells, because if there's not a 4 in one of these cells, then they're both forced to be 1s. And so Selena's point is we actually can do plain old regular killer math, because these numbers have to be 1, 2, 4, 5, because I can't get any numbers that are too big anyway. And one of these is a 4, is what I was saying, because if they're not 4, then those are 4, and both of these are forced to be 1. So neither of those are 4 by weird Sudoku. And neither of these is a 5 for sure. So one of these two is a 5. Right. I can't I fit 2s if I make both of these 2 and make these 4 4s? Kurban digits can't repeat in cages. I think I can fit it 2 if I do those 2 as 2 and these as 4s. Unless I see, unless someone sees something wrong with that. Then I have 2 dominoes touching. Okay, so yeah, this breaks for a complicated reason. So if these are 4s, this is a Philomino trick. If these are 4s and these are 2s, now I have to deal with this domino, and I either have to make it 2 1s or 2 2s, and both break. So I can't actually do that. So yeah, in a complicated way, these can't be 2s either. So I do believe that, although I don't like it. So that means that regardless of what this is, it grows. So that is also green and is a 2 or a 5. And now, regardless of whether this is 2 or 5, there's no way that this is a Sudoku digit, because I will not get to 24. So therefore, this is green. But it's not the same green digit as that digit. And this is a green digit that's quite large, in fact. So we've got all of that. Yeah, this could be 2. Yeah, I don't think I know this isn't 2, because this can be quite large and take up residence up here or whatever. No 6 in the less than 23 cage, says Lakia. I'm trying to find the less than 23 cage. Oh, it's this one? Let's see. So if I try and include both a 6 and a 7 and 4 other digits, that's not going to work. And so I know there's a 7 in it, so there can't be a 6 in it. That's a good point. So yes, if I include a 6, a 7, and 4 other digits, I'm definitely getting to 23. And therefore the 6 is in here with an 8, because I know there's an 8 or 9 in this cage. And I can't put a 6 with a 9, so this is a 6-8 pair, and that is a 9. Okay, that's been available for a long time, and I just didn't see it. That places this 9 over here. That 7-8 looks back over here and makes that a 6 and an 8. And now this 7 or 8 can't go with the 7 or 8 that would bring it to 15, and so the 7 or 8 has to go with a 2 or 3 that would bring it to 5. And this 2 or 3 can't go with a 7 or 8 that would bring it to 10, so it has to go with a 2 or 3 that would bring it to 5. And so now these are just a quad of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I probably should look at the combinations there. I certainly can't put a 5 on this dot. And 6 would go with 4, or 1 would go with 4. So there's always a 4 on this dot. So these aren't 4. So the 4 on this dot looks over and tells me that none of these are 4. So now I know I need a 4 in one of these cells, for whatever that is worth. Blue dot could have a 4, 6 on it. Nicholas is looking at the 14. Sorry, the 14. Right. Okay, so this is... Sorry, I did this really complicated thing that was very cool, I thought, but it's completely irrelevant because this is with a 14. And so I guess it's not completely irrelevant, but it's pretty irrelevant. Because the 14 needs to go with a 1 or a 6, which makes that a 4. So we've got that. Yes. I know that. Okay, that's a good spot. I know that from J. Dyer, this digit goes here. I suspected that was the case before, but I couldn't prove it. But now we actually know that these are the same digit. Whatever that digit might be. So this is only a 1, 2, or 3, which means that one of these two digits is a 4, for whatever it's worth. If I want to throw more corner marks around, I can do that. I can do some more greening, Glum Hippo points out. Thank you, Glum Hippo. Let's see. In this column, I need 2 length 3 things. I bet I can do a JSums thing. Yeah, I can do a JSums thing in this column. Because my 2 remaining boxes have to go in this column, and so I only have 1 degree of wiggle. And so with my 1 degree of wiggle, I think I get that all of this is gray. Because regardless of how I wiggle these, I'm never going to ungray these. So this is going to be a 1-3 pair, because it's going to be a Sudokological 4. J. Dyer says that's wrong for some reason. I don't think it's wrong. But I am open to convincing that it's not right, but I think it's right. But yeah, it's also true in column 2, I agree. That... Oh, they can touch. They can touch is the point. Sorry, they can touch, right. Sorry, they're allowed to touch. So the wiggle, I have 2 degrees of wiggle, and so I have to think about with 2 degrees of wiggle, what do I get? And so this always has to be gray, and its counterpart on the other side always has to be gray, but they are allowed to touch. But I do also get that those are gray. Got it. It's me assuming they don't touch, but obviously they can touch because we can see them touching all over the place. Let's see. I do know that these are always a 1-3 pair. I suppose I could have marked that at the very beginning of the puzzle. Oh, no, that's not true. They could be a 2-2 pair. Never mind. They could be a 2-2 pair if there's a green border. Row 11, column 11 is a 5. Right. This now is a 10, so that's a 5. Oh, numbers just can't repeat in cages. Right. So these are always really 1-3. That's true. So yeah, so that's a 5. Find 3 in box 7. Which box is box 7? Is this box 7? Where one of these 3 is a 3? Is that what we're looking at? Yes, that is what we're looking at. So in this box, because of these corner marked 3s, I can corner mark some 3s there, and those corner marked 3s here look up and remove 3 from there, which because of the cloney nature tells me it removes 3 from there. So this is now only a 1 or a 2, and now one of these 3 is a 3, just to add more ridiculous corner marks to this box, mostly for comedic purposes. Okay. Okay, so Nicholas now wants to know where 7 and 8 go in this box. And they are a hidden pair in these 2 cells. Because of them looking over here. And also, this 9 needs to be placed in this box, and it can now only go here. Now, this is a less than 9 cage, so that's a 1 and that's a 7, which makes that an 8. This is not a 1 anymore. Now, that 1 has finally made these 2s. which makes that a 2, completes this omino. Let's me get rid of those. So that is going to remove 2 from here for a variety of reasons. It's going to remove 4 from here as well, which is going to force this to be a 4. Regardless, 2 is going to come out of all of these cells now. That 2 looks over. Did I do something wrong? Making that a 3 and that a 2. I probably did. Making that a 7 and that an 8. Oh, I can't have a 3 there, not because 3 plus 2 isn't less than 6, but because 3 would require me fit a triomino in here, and I'm not fitting a triomino in here no matter how hard I try. So that's a monomino. That's a tetromino. That's a monomino. And I can draw in my borders appropriately. Let's see. No matter how hard I triomino, that's true. No matter how hard I triomino. Okay, these are a pair. I should write in what they are. They are not a 1, 2, 3, a 4, a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 4, 5 pairs. So that's not 4 or 5. And in fact, I know the order of the 4, 5 pair. It's a 5, and that's a 4, and that's a 3, in order to make life work out beautifully. I don't know if I really want to fill in this triple. I might want to fill in that triple, but I'm not wholly convinced yet that I do. Let's see. There's also a 5 in this column for whatever that is worth, which does mean there's also a 5 in this column for whatever that is worth. Again, I kind of suspect the answer is not a whole lot. This is either 10 or 13. I agree with that assessment. It does, that 5 does look up. I was missing that it looked up, so those aren't 5 anymore. So now, actually, 5s are pinned over here. So 3s and 5s are both penned into these cells. We're getting sort of close to having something up here. Chat will find it when it happens. Row 11 does, Trevor points out, already have a 5, so that's not a 5. So actually 5's only in one of these 2 cells. Yeah, box 1 has a very bad case of the corner marks. I'm kind of worried that if I take this cage with the Sudoku box, I'm not going to be able to fit 7 and 9 in this column, but I'm not quite sure yet. Now, there's a restricted blue dot in column 10, I am told. Okay, so let's just write in all the digits. 3, 4, can't be 5, 6, can't be 7, 8, and 9 are the options. Now, 8 or not. So 8 would need something that was 2 mod 3, but there aren't, or sorry, 2 mod 5, but there are no 2 mod 5 things. So this is not a 2. So 3 would need something that's 2 mod 5, but there's nothing that's 2 mod 5. And so both 4 and 9 would need a 6. So there's always a 6. And so if there's always a 6, this isn't a 6, it's a 1. And then this is going with a 4 or a 9. And so we actually have a 4, 6, 9 triple over here, weirdly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what is going on with the rest of this box. This one's not 2 or 7, however. This one's only 3 or 8. Is that all I get out of all of that? I thought that was going to pay off, but it did not really. Ah, Garion pointing out if this is Sudoku, then we get a Sudoku box that looks like this. But now I have to have two ominoes of total size greater than 17. That's going to take up, spoiler, greater than 17 cells, and there are not greater than 17 cells here. There are only 9. So this is never Sudoku, is Garion's point. Agreed. Yeah, what if this is Sudoku now? If this is Sudoku, is that going to break in a similar fashion? Maybe not quite. I might be able to sort of run around like that. This would be a 2. Oh no, this would make this... Yeah, that would make this a 2, which would make this something else. Would make this 24 minus 11 is 13. Would make this a 13. So now the point is, if I do this, let's just hypothecate that I've done this. Now the problem is with the 16 cage, because now the 16 cage is green and has a border here. And now, again, in my 17 cage, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cells only that need to fit 17 digits, or 17 cells. So that does not work. So therefore, none of these are Sudoku, is the conclusion. Which is potent, because now it makes those both be Sudoku. Makes those both be Sudoku. And now that those are both Sudoku, I can do Sudoku on them. So that's a 3 and that's a 1. So that's not a 3, and these are a 3-5 pair. Now I feel like my 3 and 5 were maybe a little bit worth the effort that I put into finding them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I hope that soon Sven is able to handle, or sorry, not Sven, Mark is able to handle these sorts of puzzles. I feel like we've been doing these puzzles for long enough that Mark should be learning how they work by now. So we've got all of that happening. Let's see. Nicholas pointing out that that 3 looks over there. Would love it if that did something, but I think the odds that that did anything are very, very low. I don't actually have my borders on this one, monomino. I know that this is at least a domino. 3 looks up. Oh, this 3 looks up into box 1. That's true. This 3 does look up into box 1. This is at most 9. Sorry, this is at most 8. I agree, because it's at, these are 4, 6 at minimum. But I think it's a 2, so I'm not sure that the restriction is that relevant at the moment. Let's see. So Josh says this can't be 4. You couldn't put a Sudoku 4 in column 6. Yeah. In column 6, there definitely is a 4. And the point is that that 4 can't go in the region with this 4 and can't go in the region with this 4. So it has to go in one of these 2 cells. So this is never a 4. Oh, I have a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in this column. So this is a 1. And this is a 4. That should be helpful. So this is not a 4 anymore. And I can probably get rid of the 4 corner mark here. Could probably actually get rid of the 3, 5, 7 corner marks up there. Let's see. So that 1 looks right. It does. Making that a 6 and that a 5 and that a 1. That 5 looks back and makes that a 7 and that a 3 and that a 5. Very nice. So that gets rid of all of those boxes. I I would have just phrased it as where is the 4 in column blank, Josh. I would not have complained about that. I I guess I'm okay with using the law of leftovers-esque logic in J. Dyer deconstruction specifically, but I don't always sort of see it that way in my brain. I often see it slightly differently. Uh, let's see. So this digit can't be super huge. Um, hmm. Feels like it's going to be hard to get the rest of this puzzle done from here, doesn't it? Let's see. These digits, maybe there's a naked single in here or something that's useful. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are the things that these digits can be. Is the point if this was gray, it would not have any digits in it? It would be 4 or 5, I guess, are the options. That seems okay to me. Selena says if row 12, column 4 is Sudoku, so if this is my Sudoku arrangement, it breaks the less than 17 cage, or the greater than 17 cage. But I can escape across a dot, can't I? Actually, let's try it. So then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, nope. Got it, most 15 cells. So I agree with Selena's point. That cell is not Sudoku. So that can be green. Greater than 21, less than 13. This is a 5, then this is a multiple of 5, but that's not super exciting immediately to me. If row 6, column 4 is Sudoku, okay, so yeah, so let's look at Josh's point here, is if this is Sudoku, we get a Sudoku box that looks like this. And now in total here, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 total cells that we can escape into. But we must contain the greater than 17 and the 2 and the 5. And neither the 2 nor the 5 is part of the greater than 17, and that's too many cells. Notice how I did that without actually claiming that I had added any of those numbers. So we've got that happening. I'm going to have to do something like notice that if the boxes look like this, then there's no place to put a 4 in column 3 or something. I feel like the end of this puzzle has gotten a bit grindy. Looking for like I feel like now we're looking for like hidden things like, oh, there'd be no place to put blank in row blank if you did blank. Is probably the deduction we're looking for. Yeah, this is by value. I just don't have a way to write in the values. But it is 10 or 13, I agree. I guess I could write it that way, just to make it extra confusing. Sorry. Yes, or it could be a 103 omino. That's possible. I mean, I feel like this digit has to be green on the grounds that otherwise the less than 13 cage wouldn't really do anything. But that's probably, one could argue, not quite a proof. So definitely one of these enters column 1. Amy, the other possibility is that this is a 2 and that this is a 2-2 with a 13 omino here. Which is the possibility we are attempting to discount. If row 7, column 4 is a Sudoku box, we will not have enough cells. Okay, so if row 7, column 4 is a Sudoku box, the world looks like that. And so I think we're meant to count this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That is 23 cells up there, but we need at least the 18 and the 7, which is at least 25 cells. Oh, that's horrible. I hope that's not an intended deduction in the puzzle, but I agree that it is true. So we can push our Sudoku box over to there. So now this has become green. Let's see. Do I get enough if I now make these the black cells? Let's see, that would be 10, 12, 22. I think that doesn't work either. So if I look at this now, I think this is 10, and I think this is 10, and I think that's only 22, whereas I in fact need 25. So I think that tells me that that in fact is never green. So none of those are green. So these come over here, I believe. I keep trying to decide what if it's going to break Sudoku logically if I make this Sudoku by thinking about the 7-9, but I don't think it quite does. That would be the 7, that would be the 9. If row 12, column 1 is green, where does 9 go in column 3? So if all of this pushes all the way up, the 9 would have to go here. And so why is it that Screaming Ice Cube believes that I can't put a 9 here? It's because I can't get to greater than 21 without it. Oh boy. So it's even the thing I was trying to do, but it's way worse than the version I thought it was going to be. So if this box goes up, here's the point. This cage needs to have a 9 in it because 876 is exactly 21, not greater than 21. And so then I could not put a 9 here, but now the 16 cage would be 7, 9. That would also require a 9, and therefore this would be 9 distinct digits with no 9 in them. That doesn't work. So therefore this does not go down. It goes up, up. Sickening. So but good spot. I'm glad that, because that was the whole thing I was trying to find this whole time is oh, and then I did it backwards. Sorry. It is this direction that we get to go this. I'm glad I at least had the right intuition as to what the kind of deduction we were going to have was going to be. But dear Lord. Okay, so now if row 9 column 1 is Philomino, row 9 column 2 is at least 12 and breaks the less than 13 cage immediately. That's true. Yeah, so if this is Philomino, it's a 1 because of the way Philomino work with cages, and now this needs to be at least 12, but then it comes over here, and now that does not work as Selena's point. So this is not Philomino. This is, in fact, thing. Okay. Now that was a very nice, that was very nice. I did not throw up in my mouth or anything at that deduction. That was gorgeous. So let us see. So we've got all of this. We now have all of our boxes now. And we have sort of an, I'm told, an exact count on these things. I mean, I don't know if the column 3 deduction was necessary. One never knows if the deductions you end up making are necessary or not. Okay, so Amy's row 5, column 4 must be 5. Oh, sorry, that's row 5, column 4. I'm trying to understand why the 5 can't go around it if this is not the 5. So something like this could bend down and grab it was what I was thinking. So in total, let's actually count. We have 12 plus 9 is 21, plus 4 is 25, plus 4 is 29, plus 2 is 31, plus 12 is 43. We have 43 total cells left to fill, and that's at minimum 18. That's a minimum of 18. So that's 36 plus 7 is 43. So 43 equals 43. So Garian's point is correct. I'm not allowed any ominoes that are not the 2, the 5, and the ones that are involved in the 17s. So therefore, this is not a domino. It certainly splits off in that direction. The 2 greater than 17 cages can't have the same omino because they would have to pass through this less than 13 cage. And they're not going to make it through the less than 13 cage and share an omino, I do not believe. Given that they are that far apart. Okay, and so so this now, again, remember, this is 18 total, so it needs to spill out into here. And it needs to keep spilling out because we need to get to 18 total. So that is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 is the last cell here that is part of this. And so, therefore, there is a border here in order to make that work. So this cell needs to be part of the greater than 17 business, and it's at a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so it has to be an 8, because it can't be any larger than 8. It would have to be much larger than 8 if it was larger than 8, is the point. It stopped because I got to 18 total cells, dweb. And I knew there's exactly 18 cells in the 2 ominoes that are connected here because of the optimization business that is happening. And so now these must be, this must just be a single 10 omino to finish that off. Because 9 plus 9 is 18, Josh. Okay, so this is a 5 because of the 10 there. That is our reward for all of that. That 5 does not appear to do anything. I guess it tells me that one of these is a 5. Hooray. Yeah, we have a completely meaningless 5. As best I can tell, at least. If this 5 has meaning, I do not know what the meaning is. It does force row 8, column 5. Row 8, 9, column 5. This cage does need a 9, or it's not going to work. That's true. We did say that earlier. So the 9's either up here, in which case these aren't 9, or it's down there. There's no 5 in the greater than 21 cage. I agree with that assessment. So I don't think this cell can be part of the 2 or the 5. And so I think this is finally going to get me to the point that I think Amy has seen for a long time that I have not. I don't think this can be part of the 2 or the 5 because the 2 and the 5 make 7 total. If it's this, I now would need all of these to be part of the 2 or the 5, and that's more than 7 cells, that's 8 cells. So this is not part of the 2 or the 5. This thing is big. I don't quite know how to mark that, but this thing is big. I'm going to put an orange circle in it to try and remind myself this thing is big. And now, right. Can this be 5? Am I going to break something weird if that's a 5? That's the 2. I don't think so, that I can see. Now what I can see is these aren't both part of the 5 omino. So the 5 omino can't do this, which would be a fairly natural thing for it to do, but that would break the Sudoku here. Yeah, this is part of the, I guess I can do it that way. I can mark that this is part of the 1013 cage, right? Because the 1013 cage assuredly is one of these two, because we didn't count anything to do with this cage in there. So the 1013 cage is definitely involved in this. So this is part of the yeah, so this is either 13.5 or 10.8. Presumably it has something to do with the fact that this digit can't be a 9. This digit's at most an 8. And so this digit... Okay, so maybe we should just think about this possibility. If this were a 13, this would be a 5, and that breaks. If this were a 10, this would be an 8. That looks okay. If this were a 5, I don't think that works at all. I don't think there's any universe where this is a 5. And if this were an 8, that would need to be a 10. So I think we need... Wait, did I just say 10 plus 8 was 16? I think I did just say 10 plus 8 was 16. It's not a... Yeah, right, sorry. So let's try that again. Sadly, that makes the 5 useless again. I thought I had discovered that the 5 was ruling out the possibility that this could be 13 and 5. But unfortunately, the possibility that my 16 cage is 13 and 5 has already been ruled out by annoying killer cage math. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Right. If this is a 10, the only things that can take these two cells are the 5 and the 10. And that would put 2 5s in the row. That is a beautiful spot from Nicholas. Because the only cells that could get down here are the 5, if there's a 5 here, and the 10 that would be here. So the 10 is in fact a 13. That is very good. That is a nice spot. Okay, so that's very cool. Okay, so if that's a 13, 13 plus 9 is 22. So this is the 2. So that's a 2, a 2. We can get rid of the center mark. Go ahead and put that in. This becomes a 5. That is a very cool deduction. I agree. I endorse. So this is a 13 and a 5. So one of these is a 5. And one of them is a 13. Do I know immediately which? I don't think so. Okay, so row 6, column 1 is a 13 because otherwise this can't be big enough. Agree. And so this is a 3. I was momentarily afraid because I thought this was going to have to be a 5 because, again, in my head, 16 minus 13 was 5. My brain doesn't quite want to let that one go yet. So... okay, so the claim is no matter how the 13 tries to get up here, I'm going to have a problem with connecting the 5 through here because of the fact that that's also part of the 13. I agree. So this is the one that's the 13. This is the one that's the 5. So if that's not part of the 5 doesn't have 5 cells in it. If that's not part of the 5 doesn't have 5 cells in it. And now, therefore, those are 5s, and therefore we have finished our 5. This is therefore part of the 13. In fact, is everything part of the 13 now? No, I don't have that 5 yet. But everything that's not part of this 5 is part of the 13. So this is part of the 13. This is part of the 13 because if the 5 took it, it would go straight across and would separate the 13s. So that's not allowed. So this is now part of the 13. And I need the 13 to take one of these two cells. Otherwise, we run into problems. So yeah, so one of these is a 13 and one of them's a 5. So one of these two is a 5, and the other is a 2 or a 7. So in no instance is this a 9, I guess is the point. They could both be 13, that's true. They could both be 13. As long as it's a 2-7 pair. I think in no instance is this a 4 either, because neither 4 plus 13 nor 4 plus 5 is good. Right, this is definitely 13, because if it's 5, I've made both of these 5 and broken the world by putting 2 5s in the row. So I agree with that assessment. By the way, I can get rid of this orange circle now. This is 13 for sure. And if that's 13 for sure, that's definitely a 2. Right, there's no universe where this is a 3, because 3 plus 13 and 3 plus 5 are both not that. So that places the 3 up here, is Kurobon's point. One of these is definite... Oh, no. That's not true. Right. If this was a 13, this would need to be 2 or 8. And it's not 2 from the box, and it's not 8 from the column. So this isn't 13, it's 5, which makes this 5. 5 has to get out. The 13 has to get out. The 5 has to get out. The 5 finishes. Like that. Oh, right. 13 plus 8. And that's annoying because it could be 7. Darn it. Because there's no reason this can't be 7 that I'm aware of. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Well, it sounded very good to me when Garion said it. I'm going to fill in these digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are from 4, 5, 9. And I know this one's not a 5 for reasons. If this is 13, it's a huge problem, right? If this is 13, then all of these are 13. That's 6 of the cells. And then the 5 needs to come over here. And no matter how the 5 finishes, it's going to separate the two 13s. So this has to be a 5, I'm willing to say. This had better not be 5, or I've definitely separated the 13s. Where is the less than 19 cage? Yeah, if any of these are 5s, they break the 13s up in the process of separate... in the process, so I agree with Nicholas. Those are there. Right. This less than 19 cage is now forced because of that 8. That's the key thing. So these now can't be 7 or 9. They have to be 4 and 6, and I know the order. There we go. That's the key thing that we needed to see, that I did not see, was this. So that makes that a 7, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 2 and a 1. Makes that a 9. Makes this a 6. Makes that a 7. Makes those a 6, 8 pair. makes these a 5, 7 pair, I believe. This is not 6 or 7 or 4, so that's a 9. So that's not a 9, which means that there's a 9 in one of those two, so that makes that a 5 and a 4, and makes that the 9. That 9 looks over and says that's not a 9. Fix the less than 13 cage. Right, so that's not a 5. So because of that, so that's a 3 and a 5. Let's see. 4 and 6 also look over. 4 and 6 look at that cell, making that a 9, which makes that a 6. Makes that a 4. Agree. Let's see. These are from 2, 7, 8, just from looking at the row, I believe. I don't think I know anything about which of those they are, but they are from 2, 7, 8. Garion has a smart point, which is that these aren't won by Sudoku, and I can't put a 1 in a greater than 21 cage. Even with a 9, I would still need a 12, so this is a 1. Agree with that. So this is a quad of 6, 7, 8, 9. I know these aren't 8, for what it is worth. Logan has found a 4-7 pair in row 19. I'm trying to guess what is intended by that. There's no 7 here. Let's see, row 8 has a 6, 7, 8 triple, I am told. Not that I see. Oh, right, these aren't 9. Right, these are not 9 because of the 9 there. Now that's a 6, 7, 8 triple, which does make that a 5, which makes that a 7. That 5 there does make this a 13. So we have that. Oh, no, that's not how that works. Sorry, I did that backwards. Sorry, this being a 5, in fact, I don't know why I keep wanting to make it 18. This makes that a 5, which makes that a 5. Oops. And, sorry, and that a 5, and our 5s are finished. We'll figure out what on earth is happening with this Fillomino stuff later. So that's a 7. One of these is a 7 by the row, so these aren't 7. So these are 6 and 9, which sum to 15, which means that in order to get to 22, this needs to be 7 or higher, but it can't be a 7, so it can only be an 8. So that makes that an 8, and that a 7. That 7 looks down, getting rid of that possibility of being 7. This can't be an 8. Actually, this can't be an 8 because I just put an 8 in the box, so it's a 2, and that's a 7. These are a 6 and a something. A 4, I believe. So I think these are a 4-6 pair. I think I know the order, actually, and I think that tells me the order of that up there. This 2-7 looks over and makes that an 8, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 2, makes that a 7. And I think we're done our Sudoku. So now we just have to finish up the Philomino. So we have to figure out which cells this... oh, no, sorry, there's more Sudoku. I missed a little bit of Sudoku. That's a 6, and that's an 8. And now we just have to finish up the 13 Philomino. So if the 13 Philomino doesn't take this cell, it's going to be a problem. And now the bet tree is either a 1 or a 13. Take your bets now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It is a 13. So congratulations to all the 13 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. There was a lot to really like in that puzzle. There's a lot of really awesome stuff going on. I did not like the end, and I kind of hate the blue dots as a Sudoku mechanic. I will be honest, because they have so little to do with the rest of the logic. But I really liked the like we'll say the first 90 minutes of the puzzle. I thought were really great. And I really enjoyed the sort of interplay between the Sudoku here, which happens in a lot of sort of J. Dyer deconstruction kinds of things, where sort of like you get this interesting sort of kind of Sudoku, kind of not, uh, which is always very interesting. I would have really enjoyed if this had turned out to be a one at the end of the day. Uh, but yeah, very cool puzzle. I liked this. I liked this idea a lot. I would like to see sort of more sort of playing around with this. Uh, yeah, I mean the sort of the blue dots are like obviously there because making this unique with the rule set was going to be a pain without using something. Uh, which I get and respect. Yeah, oh god, microstudy suggesting a 10 lines version of this. Uh, I actually just earlier was thinking about doing a keep talking puzzle that was a Philomino, and now I'm thinking about maybe I'll do a keep talking puzzle with this rule set, or sorry, with this sort of construction, and just imagine how absolute insanity that would be. So I think that would be that could be fascinating. Uh, all right, I am going to take a short break, stretch my legs, uh, and I will be back in just a moment. So see you all in not too long, and be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We're going to do a star battle hybrid next. And so this is a chocolate banana hybrid. By BenceJoful. If you're not aware, Bence has all of these sort of wonderful puzzles that are sort of hybrids of Star Battle and something else. Let's see, this might look slightly better on screen if I do it that way. I think it looks slightly better. I'm only on the LMD page to show you the example as we sort of understand the rules together. I'll confess I've been very interested in Choco Banana as being sort of an alternative to Philomino. So Choco Banana, just like Philomino, involves dividing the entire grid into ominoes, but instead of the rule being that two ominoes of the same size can't touch, you have a rule about the shape of those things. And so I think all of the sort of hybrid stuff that setters have been doing lately with Philomino, I think you could do equally well with Choco Banana. So we're going to investigate this puzzle just to sort of think about it a bit. Okay, so we have standard Choco Banana rules. So we need to shade some cells, and so this is the Choco Banana rules, if you've not seen them before, such that all shaded cells form rectangles, and all unshaded cells form not rectangles. And then a clue always represents the size of the thing, whether it happens to be a shaded or unshaded thing. We then have star battle rules here. And so we need to place stars into some unshaded cells such that each row, column, and unshaded area contains exactly 2 stars. Stars may not touch each other, even diagonally. And it is possible, it notes, that stars can be placed on top of numbers. Okay, and so the whole reason I was on the LMD page is I wanted to show you an example of what this looks like. So notice all the green regions are not rectangles. That is important. All the gray regions are rectangles. If you want to think about it in these terms, this means we've got sort of a checkered Philomino. Almost. It's not quite a Philomino, but it's got the checkered element of the checkered Philomino. It's not a Philomino because I have a 4 touching a 4. That's the only sort of thing that you don't have. So when I say it's a Philomino except for the one rule, that's also it's a Philomino except for literally the only rule of Philomino. But anyway, that's what we're going for, is something of that sort. So we have the grid up. I need to switch over to the Sudoku pad view. Click Start the Puzzle. Okay. So one thing that you learn very quickly when you start to do these puzzles is that 1s and 2s are always shaded. And that is because, I'm being asked by Nikolai for a bet tree. Yes, we should have a bet tree. I do not know where to put the bet tree. So we're going to put the bet tree here, just at random. The bet tree, by the way, the digit it's going to contain is the size of the region it's in and its color. So guess both the size and color of this. These 1s need to be entirely flanked by green or they won't have size 1. And this 2, it's always going to go either this way or this way. Whichever way it goes, it's always going to make this 4 green by virtue of the fact that it takes it. This 2, if it's green, it's not... Oh, sorry. This 2 is gray. As I said, all 2s are gray. And now, MicroStudy's pointing out that in this puzzle, 3s have to also be shaded, because if a 3 is unshaded, it needs to have this shape. That's the only unshaded 3 shape, but I can't fit 2 stars in this shape. So 3s actually in this puzzle, unlike in normal Choco Banana puzzles, 3s are also always shaded, somewhat fascinatingly. Now, the 3 can never take this cell, because if the 3 took this cell, the 2 couldn't finish, so this is green. Let's see. Yeah, if this 4 is green, it can just finish. Looking at that. Well, this 5 is obviously green. Because if this 5 wasn't green, it would definitely join the 3, no matter how it grew, which would be a problem. This 3, I need to remember, grows in one direction only, because it's gray. Because it's gray and because 3 is prime, I should say. This cell's always green because of the 3. If I made this gray, the 3 could not grow to be a 3x1 rectangle in any direction, which would be a problem. There's no possibility that this 7 is gray, because it would need to be 7x1, and there's no direction I could draw a 7x1 in. So that 7 is green. This 7, I think technically there are a couple directions I could draw a 7x1 in, but I don't know which ones yet. Let's see. So this 5... Oh, it could do something like that. I was going to say it had to grow in both directions, but it doesn't have to grow in both directions. Yes. Okay, so MicroStudy is correct. If this 5 was shaded, it would have to be 5x1, and there's no 5x1 that doesn't touch the 3. So this is unshaded. I agree with MicroStudy's assessment. Let's see. Now, yeah, it would be nice if the 3 took that, because it would start forcing the 2. If this 4 is green, it's going to be a T, and it's going to put either a star here and a star here, or a star here and a star here. Oh, that's why this can't be gray. If this was gray, where am I putting 2 stars in the first row? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not putting 2 stars there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not putting 2 stars there either. So yeah, so if I make this gray, remember I need 2 stars in every row, column, and green area. I certainly can't do that if the 7 is that. Now, the 7 growing is always going to make the 8 gray. Because the 7's growing in one of these 2 directions, which is going to touch the 8 and therefore make it gray because of the checkering thing that happens. Now, the 8 can't be 8x1 in either direction, is a thing to notice. So the 8 is certainly 2x4. I can't make the 8 work if this is not part of the 8, I don't believe. Yeah, I think I believe that. Oh, in fact, the 4 is definitely not going this way, because it would touch the 3. Selena says it is as I am noting it. So the 8 always grows 4 vertically and 2 horizontally. I don't know if it goes there or there yet. And I don't know if it goes there, which would turn into that, or there and then turns into something else. That I don't know yet, but I know the 8 at least takes these. Now the 3 certainly doesn't grow that way, so the 3 definitely goes vertically and not horizontally, which makes that green. So yeah, so the 3 is gonna grow in one of those 3 ways. I don't know which of those 3 ways just yet. That feels reasonable. Let's see. Okay, so we've got a 2 growing in some which direction. I mean, these 2 5s, keep in mind these 2 5s are allowed to be the same 5. I'm not restricted to 1 clue per region. I can have 0 to n clues in a region. 8 swinging left would break the 7 because it would touch the 5. Okay, so if 8 swings left, we can sort of Simon sweater around there. And that breaks, even without the 7, that already breaks the 5, because it already puts 6 cells into a 5 region. So the 8 does not swing left. The 8 swings right. Very good spot to microstudy there. So these are all green. Now, this 3, I think now needs to go... No, sorry, I was going to say something wrong. The 7 definitely grows down is true because I can only get to 6 cells if it doesn't grow down. Now if the 8 goes down, is that going to be a problem? With the 5 here? 4, 5, 6, 7. That actually looks good. 8 growing up would only allow for... right, okay, so yeah, so if 8 grows up, the problem is that, this is J40's point, the problem concerns these 3 2x2s, and the key point about Star Battle is that in every 2x2, because stars aren't allowed to touch diagonally, I can only put 1 star. And so in total, between column 2 and 3 in this universe where the 8 goes up, the number of stars in here is at most 1, at most 1, at most 1. That would only be 3 stars between column 2 and 3, but 3 is not the number of stars that go in column 2 and 3 in a 2-star star battle. So the 8 can't go up. That's a very good spot to J there. Now the 7's actually done. So we can gray around the 7. The 8 is done. I can't join these 2 5s because they would have size larger than 5, and they would also join to the 7, so there's like a million D reasons why that would be bad. The 3 can't go only up, because it would turn into an L, and an L isn't a rectangle, so the 3 definitely goes down. So we have that at least. And now the 3 can't join the 2, microstudy points out. So now the 2 looks like that, and now those are both green. I can only imagine this was an enormous pain in the ass to set. 5's not allowed to grow into the 7. 5 and 7 are different numbers, correct. And now the 5's not allowed to grow into the 4 either, so the 5 is forced... In fact, the 5 is just completely forced to look like that, which now forces the 2, forces the 4. And now I know this has to be an L. I don't know which direction the L goes yet. These 2 certainly can't join. Oh, sorry, no, this could be an S. It could be an S if that's green. Let's see. That's certainly not a star while I'm talking about things. Let's start marking things that aren't stars. So that's not a star. So one of these 2 is a star, and one of these 2 is a star. The reason why this isn't a star is if it was a star, it would rule a star out of the entire rest of the world. Yes, there is no... this is a good spot from Garion. There is no world where this is a rectangle, because there's no rectangle that I could figure out. So this is definitely green, which then means it doesn't join those, because if either of these was green, it would be more than 4 in size. And so only 1 star can possibly go in here, so one of these 2 is a star. This is Jay Dyer's point. One of these 2 is a star, so I can start marking that off. One of these 2 is a star. One of these 2 is a star. That means there's a star in here somewhere, so one of these 2 is a star. And that, together with the 4, is all the stars, but that's not super exciting, I don't think. Oh! This cannot stay a rectangle, so it has to grow. In order to not be a rectangle. Uh, that's always the tricky thing for me to spot in these, is something that's like, it's a green that's currently a rectangle that needs to not be a rectangle. Okay, so I need to fit that. Okay, this is microstudies point. I need to fit 4 total stars in these 2 columns. That's 1, that's 1. So I need 2 more down here. If I don't put 1 here, I need 2 more in this 2 by 2. That doesn't work. So this is, in fact, definitely a star. So those are definitely not stars. That's definitely not a star. That's definitely not a star. That's definitely not a star. And ergo, one of these 2 is a star. Now, I think I can just make it work if I try and turn this into a star. If I try and make the 4 region look like this, I think that might just work. So I'm not going to try to argue too much about that just yet. Maybe. Actually, I'm not sure now. If this is not a star, I use all the stars in the 5 region up here, which is not the end of the world, but it's interesting. 3 could go there or there. I'm not quite sure about 3 yet. It looks to me like it's fine if this is a star for this region, but I assume chat has understood a reason why it can't, but it does not. It's not clear to me why it can't.
Column 3, not 4.
Oh, row 10, column 3. Row 10, column 3. Got it. Okay, so if this is a star, then my 4 region would need to take another star and can't, because the point is, if this is a star, then now the 4 region only has 1 star because it can't grow out of it. So this is never the star. This is never a star, is the point. So this is always a star. This is never a star. Got it. Got it. Okay, so therefore... Oh, no, that doesn't tell me anything. As of yet, I don't think. So, I mean, if the 4 region here grows here, it does get an appropriate number of stars. Yes, I don't like it when setters put more than 1 column 3 into their puzzle. I find it rather rude. I'm going to switch these over to a less obnoxious color so that I can still see what's going on. While also keeping track of that. Oh, I missed one. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out what exactly is going on with this 4, and maybe the answer is I don't know enough information to know what's going on with the 4. That's possible. About this 4? Is there any way I know what's going on with this 4? I know that one of these 2... Okay, well, I can at least do a tiny bit. One of these 2 is a star for the 4, because those 3 can't have 2 stars in them. So one of these is a star, and therefore this cell's never a star. World's tiniest deduction. Let's see. Yeah, the 5 certainly grows into one of these 2 cells. Whichever one it grows into is the 3. Or the other is the 3. So, like, these are like a weird sort of 3-5 pair. So, I can just sort of, like, draw boundaries around this whole thing. And just note that that's true. Now, of course, what kind of boundary it is, I don't know. Just some kind of boundary. I don't know that that helps. Let's see. So I think people are sort of looking at where did the bombs go in rows 1 and 2, and what does that tell me? So I know there's a bomb there. If this region goes here, there's 2 bombs there. If this is green, do I need a bomb in one of these 2 cells? Couldn't I put the bombs there and there? I'm looking at Selena and Microstudies discussions on the nature of bombs in the universe today. Stars, not bombs. I don't know how I started calling everything that I denote with a circle a bomb. Okay, so let's look at that. So if this is green, that's the 5th thing, so these become gray-gray. And now that becomes green, and now that becomes gray, and we've got... Sorry, that becomes green. This becomes green, and now I certainly can't join that. And so we end up with a 3-cell... very true, Jim. This becomes a 3-cell thing, and which doesn't have room for bombs. I think that's the look ahead that Microstudy and Selena are looking at. That if this is green, it sort of forces a little green pocket over here that does not work well. So that's not green, it's gray. Which makes that green, and that green, and that gray, and that gray, and that green. I can get rid of my sort of weird border. This green had better grow, or it's a rectangle, and various other reasons. This green had better grow, or it's a rectangle, and various other reasons. This green has to grow, so that's green, because otherwise it's a rectangle. While we're doing greens that have to grow or they're rectangles. This is green because this rectangle can't grow down or it has a notch in it, per Rank's terminology. And that would be very unfortunate if that were to happen. If this is green, we get exactly 7. Is that a problem? I'm just looking for what that would do to grays in the universe. Make those gray, make those gray, make that a 1. That looks like it just works to me. Okay, very good spot from Microstudy. If this 2 goes down, it greens both of these cells, but now my 7 has 8 cells in it, which is a problem. So that's always green, is Microstudy's point. If the 2 grows left now, it makes the 6 have infinity cells. Because if the 2 grows here now these become green, that becomes green, and now my 6 has way more than 6 cells. So that, in fact, happens. Those become both green. The 7 is done. So we get to gray around the 7 like that. So my 6, it's no secret what my 6 looks like. So these are all green. That finished the 4 just almost by accident. I think now that I've finished the 4, I can get rid of the little X's around here. Oh, sorry, I'm going to keep that X and that X, but mostly get rid of the rest of them. This green needs to grow because otherwise it is a rectangle. I guess this 3 has 2 sort of propeller options. Okay, this 5 is now... Yes, this 5 is now forced. Because horizontal 3 will break the ever-living daylights out of the 5. So that's the 5. So that's the 3, which does some greening for us. And that last green is because the 5 had to grow. And so that's gray, and now that's green. Congratulations to all the green 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Now we are almost at vanilla star battle territory. Let's see. I know there's one here, so I know there's one here, because there's one in one of those 3 for sure. We did not have to bet on star versus non-star. We only had to bet on color and number. I should have bet on star versus non-star, but I did not think about it. So it's one of those 3, one of those 2. Right. If this is green, so this is Microstudies Universe. If this is green, now these 2 regions are both entirely contained in column 9 and 10. And so therefore they eat up all the stars in column 9 and 10, and therefore both of these are stars for this region, and that breaks horribly. So that doesn't happen. And therefore this happens. And therefore this happens, and this happens. And I need at least 1 star in here, or I'm never going to make life work. So I need a star in these 3. I need a star in these 4. And that's all the stars in these columns. So therefore, this is always a star. Choco Banana Dance. Where is Zach? Zach! There we go. Zach Choco Banana Dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Having to do all the new dances today. Oh yeah, this certainly isn't a star. I'm going to guess this is the star cell that is being pointed at. One of these definitely is a star. And go ahead and mark that this is certainly not a star anymore. And so if that's not a star, now in this region we get this shape again. Oh, but these aren't stars because I've got both stars for row 1. Because one of those 2 is a star, and that's a star. So therefore these are not stars. This is just outright a star, which means this is just outright a star. This being a star, as soon as it was a star made that a star, I was about to make a complicated argument involving there being 2 stars claimed in row 1 and blah, 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 but I was overcomplicating it. So therefore, that's both stars for this column claimed, so that's a star. And likewise, it's both stars for this column claimed, so that's a star. And that star places a star there. That's both stars for this row, so that's a star. So that's not a star. So let's see. That's both stars for this row, both stars for this row. So therefore, neither of those is a star while we're keeping track of that. Let's see, we've got that region done. I do know that one of these three and one of these three needs to be a star because of the 2x2 logic. I know it's not, and it's not that one, and it's not that one, so it's that one, and so it's that one, just because of the 2x2 sort of getting chased by bombs around it. Let's see. So yeah, one of these two is a star, of course. Oh, but this row 5, already has both bombs marked in it, so that's not a bomb, and that is, and I can get rid of those. Somewhat beautifully. One of these two needs to be... Oh, no, that's not true, sorry. It's going to say something wrong. Oh, row 5, column 5 touches a star. Good point, so it's not a star, so that is. So now this is not a star. Where is the extra star going in column 5? It's not going there, and it's not going there, and that's one already. So the bet tree is a star. Congratulations to all the star betters. That star does touch this, which now does touch this. So neither of these is a star, neither of these is a star, neither of those is a star, so therefore that's a star. That's a star now, because we've got both our stars in row 10. Are we suddenly just done? I think... Oh, no, we're not. We have to finish that's a star. Really nice puzzle. Weirdly, I think this is the fastest of the BenceJoful, BenceJoful star battle hybrids we've done, and this is the one that was rated 3 stars, and I think all the others were rated 2 stars, but somehow this one was faster than the others, I believe. But anyway, that was very nice. Let me go procure us another puzzle. And I will be back shortly with, as promised, another puzzle. So I will be right back. Alrighty, and we're back. We're going to do this this Glum Hippo puzzle. This is a Meidjuluk. Never done one of these before, but we will see how it goes. So, I remember that Naveria was a huge fan of this one. Is it pronounced like Meidjuluk? I would believe that. Divide the grid into n regions, one of each size 1 through n. Blackened cells are disregarded. A region may not contain repeated numbers, and may only contain factors of its size. Okay, so for example, if this region is size 6, it contains a 6, a 3, and a 2. Okay, and here is our link. Let's switch to Sudoku pad mode before people point out that I should have switched to Sudoku pad mode. So this will be interesting, and we've got a little, like, counting thingy over here. So let's start by drawing in lots of borders. So for example, 3 and 8 are not in the same region. If they were, that region would have size at least 24. So that is not going to work. These may not contain repeated numbers. Got it. Okay, so whatever this 3 is, it definitely is size at least 3, and it doesn't contain repeated numbers, so it doesn't go there. And exact same argument applies to this. It does not contain repeated numbers either. Oh yeah, we need a bet tree. Does anyone have a bet tree? I do not have a bet tree, but I will just place one down. How about there? Although maybe Nevaria will remember where the last spot done in the grid was. This 8, it's got to get out. And it's certainly not going to join a 13 because I don't even know how big 8 times 13 is, but it's very big. So the 8 would come down here. Oh, Nevario suggests row 11, column 11, so we will relocate to the bet tree. This 8 also comes down, very similarly, and does not join the 17 either, because 8 times 17 is bigger than 17, as it would happen. One of these 3s joins the 5, and one of them doesn't, because when the 3 joins the 5, it's immediately going to become a 15, which is pretty cool. These 1s all have to live in different places, which is interesting. These 2s certainly are different. 2 and 9 are also different. 2 and 14, though, can go together. That's fine. 2 and 5 can go together. I think that's fine. Yeah, and by the way, just to clarify, we're betting on which of the 17 regions the bet tree ends up in. The 4 and the 7 can't because 28 is too big. The 5 and the 12 can't because 60 is too big. Of course, the 1s are all in separate regions. Because you can't repeat digits within a region. See, this 13 has to grow in some... Oh, there's a 15. There's a 15 in the grid. So this is Microstudies' point. One of orange and yellow must take a 5, becoming the 15, because I only get one size 3 region. But whichever of them becomes the 15 needs to take this 15. Well, orange, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Even if orange takes this highly implausible, ridiculous path, it still can't get to the 15. So certainly orange finishes. Oops. Orange finishes. And so we're going to go ahead and turn this 3 orange to record that the 3 is orange. And the yellow continues over down there. And now this 3 and this 3 and this 3 now all have to be bigger than 15. Yeah, I should yellow the 15 while I'm at it in all the places that I have a 15. Okay, and so now the 5 is not yellow because of that. That's very cool, because the 5's already up there in yellow. So the 5 now joins the 2 in, we'll say, green. And so 10 is green for the future. Let's see. There is a 10 in the grid, I'm being told. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so the 10 has to be very close. Yeah, so this has to be efficient. Does the yellow one also have to be efficient? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yes, the yellow also has to be efficient. Yeah, so the 10, because the 10 has to be efficient, the 10 can't go right. well, sorry, because the 10 has to be efficient, it can't go left or up, but it also can't go right, because then in its efficient path, it would encounter either the 6 or the 9, and it is not allowed to encounter the 6 or the 9, or it will become like a 30 or something. So it's going to go down at least that far. Also, the 10 has to sort of go backwards, so we can certainly work a little bit backwards from there, which is going to come like that. Certainly it can't take over that cell. And so, yeah, we've got a little bit of sort of wiggleability. The 15, though, also has to be efficient. So the 15 is going to come out at least this far to make that all happen. Oops, we're not placing any stars in this puzzle. Although I'm sure there's a Star Battle hybrid coming. So now this has to stay to the left of the 10. So the yellow is going to take all of those cells for sure. Which is going to do interesting things to the 17, because now the red 17 certainly has to come down and take at least those cells, while the purple 8 comes out and takes those. That's going to force the red 17 again. That's going to force the yellow. The red 17 is going to get forced there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is the purple 8. I never purpled the 8 over here, by the way. For those of you who are playing the home game. Oops. That's not the place I was trying to border, and you know it. Oh, I certainly know that these aren't going to be yellow, because again, yellow is taking a somewhat efficient path. Oh, the 8 can be in 16. Sorry, you're completely right. The 8 can be in 16. I don't know that 8 is an 8. That is a good spot. Yeah, the purple can be 16. That is absolutely true. Let us see now. What else do we have? I can still put in lots of borders, though. I can still put in those borders as well. The 17 is going to have to run under here, isn't it? Maybe not. Let's see. People saying this has probably got to be the 6. I don't yet know. Ah, this 5 is actually a 5. I know that. Because there aren't any multiples of 5 left that it could be, because it's neither 5 nor 10. I don't know how to mark that, or in any way that it is useful, but we can note that. People pointing out that these 3s correspond exactly to 6, 9, and 12. So one of these is 6, one of them is 9, and one of them is 12. Those are the only options. That's true. I can just give the 5 a color just to sort of match. I feel like only one of them is going to be able to be 12, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Only this one can be the 12, right? Unless I'm missing something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That one can be 12, but this one I just don't think can be 12 because I have to dodge around the 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, this is 13 away. So these are both go together. That is carnival cake, I am told. There is your carnival cake 12. People are requesting that I use a real color, like rust bucket for the 5s. We can rust bucket the 5s. Uh, okay, and then one of these is 6, and one of them is 9. And there is no 18. Fun fact. I think if I'd noticed there was no 18, this would have been nicer. This 9 is definitely going with the 9. And if the 9 is definitely going with the 9, then one of these has to join it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This just can't get to that 3. So that's the 3 that's the 9. This is the 3 that's the 6. This has got to taxi cab its way up, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this has got to taxi cab at least that far. The 6 only has 2 options. It can go in a 6 or a 12. But notice these two are connected by the 12. There's no way they also pick up a 6 because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Note that exact path does not work. Because that exact path takes 2 1s, but it still takes 12. I definitely can't also involve a 6. So therefore, this is the 6. And therefore, I need to connect to these 2. And the only way I think I can do that is that. And so I think that is another region done. I think I need to border around the world. Oops. Like that. I don't think I have ambrosed it yet. There we go. I'm going to guess the 11 also takes this cell. So we're going to give the 11 its own fanciful color. Like shrimp. We'll call it shrimp. So the 11 is shrimp now. So we've got that. Now remember, these have to connect taxicably. So this 3 now has to go down. The 11 now has to shrimp out, which means that this has to taxicab down, which means that this has to shrimp out. Oops, that's not shrimp. Sorry. This has to shrimp out, which again means that this has to taxicab down. And we get this sort of continued chasing of the shrimp by this, and this is going to continue until the shrimp gets there. That's not shrimp again. That's shrimp. And so now we have forced the 9, and so now the 9 is done. This is the 14 now, whatever color that is going to be. That can be our Simon sweater. I think Simon likes the number 14, right? My shrimp still has to get out, because even if it takes these, it's only 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at least. The shrimp has to go there, which is going to force the 10 some more. The 10, I think, is just vanilla green. It is vanilla green. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That is all that the shrimp can get. So the shrimp must be all of that. There is my shrimp, and that then forces the 10, which is now done as well. A very elegant puzzle. This is a 15. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it's not done yet because it's got to take those cells in order to finish because it's got to get to the 15. I didn't even really have to count if I remembered what was going on. Spoiler, I did not. These reds certainly come down here. Let us see. If the 8 tries to be a 16 now, it's going to have to take these cells to get out here in order to get enough cells, and in so doing, it's going to force the 17 to take a second one and also not have 17 cells, both of which are problems. So the 8 is actually 8, as foretold by the Zeta prophets. So the 8 is done. Let's see. So this 8 is a 16. So I can figure out what on earth shade of blue that is and give it that shade of blue. Is this shade of blue? No. Is this that shade of blue? I honestly can't tell. It's such a similar shade of blue that when I go to the slash, I can't even see it, but it's not that shade of blue. I don't think. I'm very confused by what shade of blue this actually is. Is this just blue? Oh, this is just blue. Okay, this is blue. Okay, so the 16 is blue. So we've got that. Okay, so we've got to do some counting down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So in order for the 17 to possibly work, it must take these two cells, is Nicholas's point. So those two are both part of the 17. That is definitely not part of the 17. So that is part of a rather small region. So therefore, the 17 is going to come over here. Now, I don't know a lot about the 1s and 2s of the world. This is certainly part of a 1, a 2, or a 3. Oh, it's not a 3. It's part of a 1 or a 2. This could maybe be part of a large region if that region sort of spills out over here. 7's probably in the 14. I'm debating, or I'm trying to follow the story in chat about what's going on with 4s. We've got 2 4s. And the 4s are allowed to go in the 4. They're not allowed to go in the 8 because the 8's done. But they could go in the 12 or the 16. Yeah, this 12 I do know takes, I think I know it takes an efficient path. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, this does take an efficient path that does not go double right. It does not go double right because that would take 2 1s. So I think what people are trying to point out is that if I do this, it doesn't work because now the 14 is maxed out at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cells. So the 14 is definitely not part of the 12. So the 12 definitely comes over down here. The carnival cake does not take the 12. The 14 also does not take that. So that this is actually an honest 4. We will make it mud pie. Oops, I accidentally slightly touched the table that this is on with my foot and the whole world shakes. So let's see, what if it takes the 2? then how many cells are there left? I don't think it's anywhere near enough, right? Actually, let me just do it this way. If I do this absolutely as efficiently as possible, how many cells are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yes, I have to do it this way because that leaves 18 cells, and 18 is the number of cells I need. That was probably the way to do that from the start, but I did not think about it. But that is the most efficient way in terms of leaving space here, and I need 18 cells of space. And so everything past this line needs to be part of the green region. Hunter, no, sorry, this is Simon's sweater, not Hunter. Oh, and this needs to be part of the 4, so actually that forces the 4, and then that forces the rest of Simon's sweater. And then we get all of that. Okay, so that's all done. This 5 is now forced around the 13. So the 13 can go ahead and inherit a color. It's not going to take the 2, by the way. The 13, let's see, we don't have that. Oh, we do have that shade of blue, actually, I think. We don't have that shade of green yet, I don't think, though. So that's going to be the 13. And that's going to let us finish the 5. That's not the right color, though. That's not the right color either. We will learn the palettes just in time to switch over and start using the microstudy palette. These are also blue. Oh, is this the one that's actually like the actual blue? Yes, this is the one that's really confusing because it's the blue from the normal palette. Which is very confusing to me. So that's blue. The 13 still doesn't take the 2. And in fact, this blue doesn't take the 2 either. So currently the 13 is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops, wrong cell. 8. The 2 is certainly at least 2, and it probably is the 2, because I don't think it can be anything else, can it? Aren't I done with the rest of them? Oh, I never carnival caked the 12. Well, that's offensive. Sorry about that. So yeah, so I should actually probably start Xing off the ones of these that are done. So the 3 is actually done. The 4 is actually done. The 5's actually done. The 6 is actually done. The 8's actually done. The 9's done. The 10's done. The 11 is done. The 12 is done. The 13's not done. The 14 is done. The 15 is done. The 16 is not done. And the 17's not done. So what of the remaining things does the 2 go to? If it's not going with the 16, it only goes with a 2. This is my little 2 region. And I can blacken off the 2 and also X out the 2. And put in some more border. And now the 13 needs to keep growing. I think I called this mint. I think this is mint. There's like this happier green that I have not used yet. That is like far more pleasant than this one. Let's see. Do I think the 13 takes the 4? I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, sorry. This is the one that is like definitely the basic blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this still needs plenty more size. Ectoplasm green. I like ectoplasm green. That's a good idea. This 7 is certainly the 7. Let's do a little bit of math here. I don't really want to, but I think I have to. In this sort of area, how many cells are there? Let's see. In the bottom 4, that's 12. Plus 9 is 21. Plus 8 is 29. Plus 1 is 30. So this is 30 total cells. Oh, that's annoying. So it's 30 total cells, but it's an 8 and a 13, which is 21, and a 2, which is 23. So actually, I am allowed to have the 7 sort of underflow under here. But the point is, what region are all of these cells part of? Oh, I just miscounted. Sorry, the 8's part of a 16. 16 plus 13 is 29, plus 2 is 31. This does have to overflow by 1, which means that these are part of mint. And that is the end of mint. Unless I have a 1 over here, in which case maybe it's not the end of mint. But at least mint has to go that far. I don't think the 13's big. I don't think this 13 can finish there, can it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, it can. So yeah, so it's mint or blue. Whichever. I thought that in my brain this wasn't anywhere near 13 cells, but in fact it's 14 cells. So this 7 in particular is now the point. The 7 does not go in either of those. So this this can be royal purple. And so the 7 now is forced around through here, and that's the 7 is just completely forced. Everyone can sing the song. Okay, so the 7 is now done. Oh, I didn't actually royal the 7. We should definitely royal the 7. So every remaining cell is part of the 1, the 16, and the 17. Well, this one of those can only be the 1, 1. So we're going to make this the 1, 1. So we're going to check off the 1, 1. There we go. And so hopefully this is 17. Otherwise, we've made a mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Indeed. That is the 17 done. Okay, so now people would like me to notice that this 4 is part of either the 13 or the 16, and we don't know which one yet. But if we think carefully about it, we can deduce that it's unlikely to be part of the 13 for arithmetic reasons. So this is part of the 16. And so if that's got to be part of the 16, then we can't let mint take this cell, because if mint takes this cell or this cell or this cell, it's going to separate the blues. So therefore all of those are blue, and that's blue for the same reason. And so we know we get that. Now these have to be blue, because now mint would get separated if these were mint. So now those are blue, and now we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and now the 16 is done. So we do that. And then we mintify these. It is a hell of a day for the 13 betters, let me tell you. This is the best day for the 13 betters that has ever happened in the history of puzzles. So congratulations once again to all the 13 betters. May all your betting tree wishes come true. The whole flow chart with all the things. I mean, the cell I picked would also have been the 13. So it was going to be 13 either way. Whether or not Naverio interrupted. That was a very cute puzzle. I liked that a lot. Some very interesting sort of things. We got to taxi cab an awful lot through this grid. Is this a quote-unquote real genre? Like, is this like, is this on Puzzlink somewhere, or is this like the only thing in this genre that has existed? The fact that it was pointed out that the title is Meidjuluk in a different way makes me suspect that maybe this is not a, maybe this is a new genre. Genre discrimination. Okay, it's not on Puzzlink yet, so if it's not one of the 126 genres on Puzzlink yet, then I will consider it to be a new genre. It's a hippo original. Excellent, excellent. Well, I enjoyed it. I would be happy to see more of this this genre in the future. But for now, I am going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with more puzzles. I'm not sure exactly what kind of puzzle. We'll see, but we'll be back shortly. There's an insane n equals 25 one. Oh dear lord, that is slightly terrifying. But great puzzle, Hippo. I will be back in just a moment. If I can find the be right back button. welcome back. I think I came back. Yes, there we go. We are back with the puzzle Pieces by Jakhob and Woofer. I did a puzzle similar to this one previously, but I missed this one somehow, unless it's going to be pointed out that I have done this one before. But I don't think I have. So we've got here some linked grid stuff going on. So in each of the 4x4 grids, we need to use exactly 4 of the digits from 1 through 9. And sort of fill out a 4x4 Sudoku grid. So, for example, we could use 6, 7, 8, and 9, and then we could use 6, 7, 8, and 9 in all of these to make this into an ordinary 4x4 puzzle with 6, 7, 8, and 9 in every row, column, and box. But digits cannot repeat in rows or columns of the bigger grid. So if I use 6, 7, 8, 9 here, I can't use 6, 7, 8, 9 here, but then I could use them again down here, for example. And then we just have standard stuff. So arrows, the circle is the sum of the digits on the circle. Excuse me. Renban, these are a string of consecutive digits in any order. So, for example, it could be 876. And these, the digits need to differ by at least 5. So if I put a 1 here, this digit needs to be at least 6. Oh, and these digits add to 24. These digits add to 12. Okay, so there's a lot of places in the grid where I see immediately that I have some clone cells. So, for example, this digit is the sum of these digits, so it definitely repeats there. In order to make that work. And likewise, this digit is can't repeat in the cage because that's how killer cages work, so it goes there. Yeah, we do need a bet tree. Does anyone have a recommended bet tree who has done this puzzle? I know someone in chat has done this puzzle. Oh, blue also in this column goes there. Which probably means I can place a blue there as well, just to make all of that work out. And therefore, this cell, it goes there. For sure. Let's see, and I know there's no blue in this grid at all. There's no orange in this grid at all. Let's see. If I just have to guess blind, I'm going to guess that cell. Good spot to Selena. This digit definitely isn't an 8. Because 8 is definitely in this grid, and so 8 therefore cannot appear in this grid as well. That would repeat 8s. The alcove in row 8, column 2. Okay, the bet tree has been relocated as part of thingy thing. As part of wildlife preservation. Let's see. So there's other places where I can do this. So for example, this cell, which may or may not be the same, by the way, as any of these digits, that cell definitely goes there. And that cell, oh, I've already used orange. I haven't used purple yet. That cell definitely goes there. So this Renban, fun fact, doesn't have an 8 on it, I guess, is one thing I could say. So 9 does not appear in this grid at all, I guess is the point, because if 9 appeared in this grid, it would be on this Renban without an 8. So at the very least, every number in this grid is not 9. I kind of want to pencil mark that, but I think it's a bad idea. If 8 went here, this would be a 7. Otherwise, 8 goes here. Okay, so Garion is saying if this is a 6, this is 1, 2, 3, and now that rules 1, 2, 3, and 8 and 9 off of this, and so the only things that would be left for this would be 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, but this was a 6, so 6 would be also off of it, and so this would be a 4, 5, 7 Renbon. That doesn't work. I agree. So this is not a 6. What if this is 7? Is that going to work? That doesn't sound great either. If this is a 7, this is 1, 2, 4, and what's left here? It's not 8, it's not 9, it's not 7, it's not 1, 2, or 4. It would be 3, 5, 6. 3, 5, 6 would also not be a good length 3 Renbon. So this is, in fact, a 9, is our conclusion. And we can bring out Zach for his famous 9 dance. Woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo! Woohoo! Ba-doo-ba-doo! Woohoo! Ba-doo-ba-doo! Woohoo! Ba-doo-ba-doo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now my 24 cage doesn't have a 9 in it. Is that at all interesting? 8765. Is 8765 an interesting quantity? Someone will tell me if 8765 is 24 or not. So we have that's true. The 24 cage is 2 sets of 9 and sorry, 2 sets of 12, because these 12, they are, of course, in here. So it's a 12 and a 12. And so they're 5, 7, and 4, 8 are the only ways to do it without a 9. So yeah, so this grid, we actually know the numbers in this. They're 5, 7, and 4, 8. And again, the way people saw that, and by people, I mean Kurban and Eckbert, is that there's a 12 here, but those 2 digits both go in the 24 cage. But those see a 9, and as do all the digits in this grid. So I need to make 12 in 2 different ways, and the only ways left without a 9 are 5, 7, and 4, 8. So that is what is going on there. So now we have to figure out what are the digits left that could go on here. And there's only 4 digits left that could go on this arrow, because it can't repeat 4, 5, 7, or 8. So it could be 1, 2, 3, not 4, 5. Could be 6, not 7, 8, or 9. So now, then we just ask ourselves, which 3 of these digits actually add to 9? And the only way to do it is 1, 2, 6. And so if we now ask ourselves what digits are allowed in this grid... So, sorry, I should fill in 1, 2, 6, 9 everywhere over here. Oh, sorry, 1, 2, 6, 9. Of course, those aren't 9, those aren't 9, and those aren't 9. The digits now in this grid that are allowed to exist are not 1, 2. It could be 3, 4, 5, not 6. Could be 7 or 8, not 9. Okay, so those are the only digits that are allowed to exist within this grid. And now we look at this Renbon. And I'm just here slowly outlining what Selena told me in one word. The thing that now has to go on this Renbon has to be 3, 4, 5. And so, in fact, there's no 7 in this grid because now I've got a 3, 4, 5, and an 8. So 7 gets ruled out of this whole grid. 8 certainly comes off of this little itty-bitty Renbon. There's no 1 on this side of this Renbon. One of these 2 cells is a 4, so neither of these is a 4. One of these 2 is a 4, so that's not a 4. For whatever that is worth. This is an arrow with a number that's at least 4 on it, so it's not a 1 or a 2. This can only be a 6 or a 9. This arrow certainly doesn't sum to 1. It could, I suppose, sum to 2. In fact, it has to sum to 2, because there's no way to make these numbers sum to 6. That's hilarious. So, therefore, that is a 6, a 2, a 1. That's a 1. So these are not 1. That one's not a 2 either. That's a 6-9 pair, apparently, making that a 2. Making that a 6 and a 2. These are a 6-9 pair as well. So 6 and 9 are not consecutive with 3 or 4. They're only consecutive with 5 or 8, for the record. So now we just have to ask ourselves what goes in the bottom right grid. Not there, of course. And so we just start with every digit, and then we remove 3, 4, 5, and 8. And we remove 7. And then the only things left are 1, 2, 6, and 9 to go in this grid, because we've just removed all the digits that appear here or here per Selena's recommendation. Now I cannot... What is wrong? Something is off. Neither of these can be 6, because you can't put a 6 in the middle of a whisper. So one of these is 6. Whichever of them is 6 goes next to a 1 down here. So there's no 1 up here. So these aren't both high, just because of the way whispers work. So there's no 9 up here. And so therefore there's no 2 down here. So these are 1, 9. So these are 1, 9. These are 2, 6. Now if I look at this being a 6 would be way too big for this arrow. So this is in fact 2, and that's a 6. Now this being a 5 or an 8 would not work. So this is only a 4 or a 7. No 2s there, no 6s here. There you go. So there's definitely a 2 in one of these cells. And if there's a 2, there's not also a 1, because that's how whispers work. So neither of these is a 9. The 9 looks up and makes that a 1 and a 9. And a 9. This can't be a 6, because this would have to be a 1, and there isn't 1. So that's a 1, and that's a 6. 1 is not far enough away from 4 or 5, so this is a 7 or an 8. That's not a 1. These aren't 6s. So let's see. Now we again pause to see things. I would love to see the codec version of this puzzle. This is kind of like the puzzle I made with all the interlocking grids, Cat's Cradle, but not quite. Because Cat's Cradle had a slightly weirder rule about how things worked. But I really enjoyed that puzzle, and I'd like to do something else like it. I've tried to do something else like it before, but not quite successfully. There's the 3, 5, 8 triple in this column, Kurabon points out. So that makes that a 4, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 4. So that gives me a lot of digits that aren't 4, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 5, which makes that a 6, makes that a 3, makes that a 9, and a 9, and a 6. That 9 makes that a 7. That makes that a 5, and a 3, and a 5, and a 5, and an 8, and a 3, and an 8, and a 3. I thought I had that turned off finally, but apparently not. So you've gotten rid of the 7s over here, and the 7s over here. This has become an 8 just by magic. So none of these cells are 8. That's not 8. That's not 7 either. So blue is only 4 or 5, so it's not 7. So therefore that's 7. So these are not 7 either. So those are a 4 or 5 pair. So these are not 4 or 5. Those are 7 or 8. So yellow is 7 or 8. This is certainly 4 or 5. It's not that 4 or 5, so therefore that's 8, which makes that 7 and 4, which makes that 5 and 8 and 7. 5 and 5 and 5 and 4 and 4 and 8 and 4. Oh, my ability to add to 12 is somewhat limited. 7 and 5 is 12. How about that? So that is a 4. I like having Kodak here because I know Kodak is not going to make fun of me for that. 8 and 5. Okay, how about that? So we've got all of that now done. So now we come back over here, and we remember that these two cells are the same high-lowity, and these two cells are the same high-lowity. Is that useful? Right. One of these columns is 1, 6. That's the point. Screaming Ice Cube says this. Either this is 6, 1 or this is 6, 1. Therefore, these cannot be a 6, 1 pair. That does not work. So therefore, this is never a 6. Which tells me if you look at this box carefully and squint without saying any dirty words, that that's a 6. And that's a 1. So that's a 2 and that's a 9. Which makes that a 1, which makes this a 9 and a 2 and a 2 and a 9. And our betting tree is a 13. Congratulations to all the 13 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Very cute little puzzle there. I really enjoyed that. That was super quick. I actually thought, oh, I'm going to run over a little bit going over this. I'm going to run over a little bit doing this, but I think you'll do that. But that was great. I loved that. I would do a whole pack of these if a whole pack of them was available. Alrighty. Well, I actually have time to do a 6x6, so I'm going to go dig up a 6x6 that looks like it will not take an hour, and I will be right back. So see everyone in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. We have here a tribute to my 24-hour stream. I can't believe I did a 24-hour stream, but I did. So this is by Florian, and so you can see it spells out 2-4. Oh, good night, Selena. I hope you have fun in class. So if you were not aware, I did do a 24-hour stream with Sudoku and gaming, and we set a puzzle together, which I promise I will still eventually publish and test, but I have not gotten around to it yet. But someday I will publish and test the puzzle. And so this is an homage to that, and you can still, if you want to go back and watch me play Inscription and Carto and other strange things. I played a lot of Patrick's Parabox as well, which is a very, very bizarre and mind-bending puzzle game. Selena was very upset that I kept refusing to use pillars when I was supposed to use a pillar. All right, so this is our goal. So these are region sum lines. So it's saying the sum of these two digits is the same as the sum of these two digits is the same as the sum of these three digits. Likewise, the sum of these four digits is the sum of these. Okay. So an interesting thing is the minimum possible sum of these four I see is 10. I cannot possibly include a 6 in these cells, because if I include a 6 in these cells, the minimum sum becomes 12, and I cannot make these sum to 12. So these are from 4, 5, 6, and definitely include a 6. Because if they don't include a 6, then they only sum to 9, and that's not big enough. So we actually get to place a 6 here right away. And this doesn't have a 6 on it. We don't usually do bet trees for 6x6s, but because there's been a request from Nikolai, I will put a 6x6 there. There's no 6 on this dot, so there's not a 3 on it, and there's no 6 on it, so there's no 5 on it either. And so there definitely is a 2 on it. So this is from 1, 2, 4, just for the record. One of these over here is a 6. The fact that this looks at this tells me that this is either a 3-6 or it's the last of 1, 2, 4 for the row. Those are sort of the only options. The fact that these sum to a multiple of 3 is interesting. So the most... okay. So these cannot be 2, 4. Because if these are 2, 4, the sum is 6. And that doesn't work. Because if the sum is 6, these are 1, 2, 3, and I need to put 1, 2, 3 down here, and I can't. So 2, 4 is not possible. The only thing these can be is 3, 6. Which places the 6 up there. And means that these sum to 9 either as 4, 5 or 3, 6. I'm not sure I know which immediately. And these sum to 9 in some way that involves a 4, 5, or 6, but I again don't quite know what I'm going to do with that information as of yet. Row 4, column 6 can't be 1, 2, or 3. Region sum line for the box would be too big. Oh, row 4, column 4. Okay, got it. Okay, yes. This number has to be moderately large, because, again, the only possibilities are that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, summing to 10, or 1, 2, 3, 5, summing to 11. So there's always a 1, 2, and 3 on the line. So the only thing I could possibly leave off the line is a 4 or a 5. And then that gives me a 4, 5 pair in the column, which makes this a 3, and that a 4, and that a 5. Which is appreciated, of course. Good spotting. I had meant to come back and look at that, and then I forgot. So this is a 1 or a 2. So yeah, so that could be anything, basically. These are a pair of 1. These are a 1, 2 pair. So this is from 1, 2, 3. These are from 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually, sorry. If the sum is 11, the sum is 11. I should use that to my advantage. So these are 3, 4. And that means this is a 4, and that's a 3, which makes that a 2. So 1, 5 there. And now, Ranks points out, I know which way of summing to 9 this is, because there's only 3 ways to sum to 9. One of them is 1, 2, 6, and one of them is 2, 3, 4. I can't do either of those. So I have to do the last one, which is 1, 3, 5. Which makes this 2, 4, 6, making that 5, 3, 1, making that a 2, making that a 1 and a 5. These are a 1 and a 2 in an undisclosed order. That was amazing setting. This is incredibly classy setting. So this is a 1 or a 2. These are 2, 3, 5. These are 1, 4, 6. This definitely isn't a 1, though, because it's in a 2-digit sum to 9. This definitely isn't a 2, because it's in a 2-digit sum to 9. This is not a 2 either. Let's see. Let's see. This is a 3, 5 pair. I am blind. This is a 3, 5 pair, so that makes that a 1, a 2, and a 1. Which makes these a 2, 4, 5, and I know which one is the 2. So there's lots of 2s. Where does 1 go in this column? It goes here. So no 1 there, no 1 there, no 1 there. So 1 in this box goes here. I keep putting in the wrong digit just for fun. So 3 in this column is in one of these 2 cells, so that can't be a 3. So that is a 5 and a 3 and a 5 and a 3 and a 6. and a 3 and a 6 and a 4 and a 5. I think my keypad is getting low on battery and sometimes having a delay. I don't know. This is a 6, and this is a 4. Excellent little puzzle. I really liked that. The way to make 9 here was really cool, and I also really liked that this couldn't be 2, 4 because it would make this 1, 2, 3, which would break the fact that this would then have to be 1, 2, 3. Alrighty. Oh, I'm so sorry, Screaming Ice Cube. Sometimes good things must come to an end. Alrighty, well, I should wrap up stream there for today. Thank you so much for showing up. Today's stream was a lot of fun. There were a lot of cool puzzles, including this incredibly cool beast that we began with. But there were many neat things. I enjoyed getting to do some more Choco Banana. So thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. In whatever way you choose to support the stream. If you'd like to support the stream financially, there are two sort of main ways to do that. One of them is if you want to give a one-time donation, you could do that by clicking the Ko-fi link that I am now pointing at. I realize I can sort of try and pretend to be a real streamer and try and point at things on the screen where they are. Or if you want to become a YouTube member and get access to the sweet little Zach emotes and whatever, you can click the join button down below. And then for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. So thank you very much to everyone who chooses to do that in whichever way you choose to do it. Patreon, great too. And I always like to also thank all the people who support at the top level. So a lot of people have given a lot of support lately, but here are the people who support at the turbine level: David Ratner, David Ratner, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel Silverstone, Willie, and Danita. Thank you so much to all of you for your support, and I will see everyone very soon. I plan on streaming again on Wednesday, probably starting very similar to the time I started today, so I hope to see you on Wednesday. That's all for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all very soon.